main cornerstones for me is the principles, the magic of it, and also the decentralized nature of it, where no one person or corrupt, government can finance their wars or finance their new offerings that they want to get, trying to buy votes with printing more money. So it makes them responsible, and that's what I've seen is a big problem with politics. Is there's no fiscal responsibility. You can just run up the debts. And so I thought about this, and I'm like, okay, so if they didn't have that capability, what would our world be like? If they actually had to get the consent of the government, and for us to actually contribute, not just print more money, how would our society be different? And I think it would be much better, because we'd have to be actively involved and contributing in a way that we're like, yes, we want this, or yes, we think this is important. So those are what speaks to my heart, and I think is important. And I invite all of you to ask yourself, why does Bitcoin speak to your heart? Why is this important to you? Is it just to get rich? Is it just because you're trying to protect your wealth? Or does it align with your values? Is it something that you want to stand for and stand behind and speak up about? Because I think that's how we can actually win this war against the fiat banking system or the centralized banking system, is that we speak from our hearts and with our values in place, as opposed to just get rich and you're dumb if you don't do this. If you can apply to people's values in their heart, you can win over their minds, because we all make decisions, we buy things by our emotions, and if someone can't, they have mental blocks, we can apply to their hearts to go, well, what are your values? What are the things that speak to you? And then you can show them how they actually apply to Bitcoin. And I think that's what I like. I think is important.
Yeah, and you said something really interesting there, and I kind of want to double back on it, which is this idea that governments are using this privileged power of being able to create money for free that everyone else has to work for anything they want, right? Yeah. Whether it's the endless wars, social programs that you might not necessarily agree with, like you said, to buy votes to maintain their political moat. And what worries me though is that I think a lot of people, and the analogy that I always use is, it's going to sound cliche to a bunch of Bitcoiners, but the movie The Matrix. I heard a couple of people. In the movie The Matrix, when Neo was first woken up by Morpheus, and Neo was in the construct, he kind of, he freaked out, they pulled him out, threw up, and then he woke up in the following scene. In that scene, Morpheus was standing behind Neo, and Neo was getting out of bed, and Morpheus looked at Neo and said, Neo, I apologize. We usually don't pull people out of the Matrix after they're above a certain age, right? And you apply that to the fiat matrix. So if someone's been in the fiat matrix the vast majority of their life, even though I fundamentally believe it's a lot easier to send a Bitcoin transaction than it is to send a wire, they're so conditioned to this system. They're so conditioned to a society where the government does have the ability to print money. They inherently believe that is a good thing. And that is something that actually does keep me up a little bit at night.
So how do you talk to them?
How do you talk to them?
Yeah.
Every single day, you chip at it. You chip at it. You don't get stuck in the the left-right political discussion. You try to show them, that Bitcoin is a better way. But the number one convincer that I've noticed is NGU technology. That NGU technology tends to do the trick.
What's that? I don't know what that is.
Number go up. It's going up forever. It's going up forever. But yeah, NGU technology tends to do the trick. But it is it is an arms race. Corey Clipson, CEO of Swan Bitcoin, he wrote this amazing piece. It's called The Race to Avoid the War. And he theorized that what we need is an intransigent minority in the populace, whether that's 5 to 10% of the population that deeply cares about Bitcoin, that they are immovable, right? So it becomes a politically unfeasible stance to be anti-Bitcoin. But it is a race. It is a race because the other side, they're going as fast as humanly possible. I know it's happening in Canada. dangling the carrots and stuff. Anyways,
I was going to say, how do you think we can combat the CBDC conversation when we're talking to people that they see it that way? It's convenient, and Bitcoin's a lot to learn, and like it's so complex. Like, how do we protect that? How do we bring it over?
It's narrative trench warfare, man. It's narrative trench warfare in the battlegrounds of the internet. You know, we have the truth on our side. They have lies, misrepresentations, spin. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but we're getting to the point. I swear to you, this is real. We're getting to the point where Christine Lagarde, who was the head of the IMF, and now she's the head of the European Central Bank. She's also a convicted felon, I might add. Not kidding about that. There was a video of her about a week or two ago on Twitter. We're getting to the point in the movie where she literally blames inflation on climate change, meaning she blamed inflation, can I curse? On the fucking weather. She blames inflation on the fucking weather. So what does that tell me? That tells me that they've ran out. They can't come up, there's no more excuses. So that tells me that we must highlight that, right? They're gonna try to control the narrative. We're gonna try to control the narrative. We have the truth on our side. They have lies. All we have to do is expose it. Mematics are very effective. Creating content is very effective. But in my opinion, the most effective way is grassroots. It's the families, right? It's talking to the people next to you about Bitcoin. And from my experience doing this like 7 or 8 years, the first time you tell someone, they'll kind of just brush you off. But what Graham and I were talking about earlier, NGE technology does really, really good convincing. So if you tell someone to buy Bitcoin in 2017, fast forward, it's 2020 and the price is like 5-6 times higher, they tend to listen to you the second time you talk to them about it.
Is it when in doubt, zoom out? That's another thing too. And you can just zoom out the chart. Because a lot of people have said to me, "Oh, but it's gone down. It's gone." I said, just zoom out. Just relax. Just take that sort of bird's eye view. You can see what's happening here over the long term. So yes, that does help. I think that does help. And I think I like what you said about we have the truth on our side. So we can simply just reflect back to these people the lies and the sort of like, it's climate change that's causing inflation? Like, look me in the eyes and tell me you believe that.
It's climate change. I assure you, these are real, okay? Beyonce, climate change, Ukraine, the pandemic, just to name a few. But it's so ridiculous. I think I saw Taylor Swift on one of the articles too. By the way, these articles aren't coming out from tabloids. Like, these are legit financial publications that are trying to make the case that everything and anything, but the fact that they're printing an ungodly amount of money is the cause of inflation. Just to like kind of get a sense of how ridiculous these people are. But they got nothing else to stand on anymore. And that tells me, as a content creator, that is a point of weakness. That is a point that we put the pressure on, we highlight it, and if we get the mainstream consciousness to ask a very, very basic and simple question. Because it has to be simple and it has to be a basic question, because that's how the vast majority of people will understand it and they'll ask it. Which is, why are we being forced to use money that is designed to decrease in purchasing power over time? And that is the facade that they will die to protect. Because if they lose that privilege of being able to create money for free, a lot of these politicians whose life depends on the money faucet.
It's also that they depend on the ignorance of people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're ignorant to how this all works, then you think it's for your best interest. You think that the government is out there to take care of you, to do all these nice things for you. But then when you get educated, you're like, oh, wait a second, this is not designed to help me out. And I think that's another sort of target for us, is the education element of it, which is why I think this conference is a great idea, is to educate people, to bring up these conversations, and to wake up from this being asleep and being complacent in our lives. And as we do that, we take back more of our power, we take back more of this personal responsibility. And all these politicians and the situation that we're in, we created it with our complacency. We created it with our not caring and not being involved and not speaking out about these values that people fought and died for. And so now it's on us to stand up for these things and in our way, fight for these things and put our own lives on the line, whether it be digital lives or reputations, but to speak out. It's not easy, but it's necessary, and we need to do it. Yes?
Can we get one more yes a lot louder? There we go. Bitcoin or slavery. Anyways, I wanna pivot the conversation a little bit. Where do you see this going in the next 5 years? And specifically, I'm talking about the countries that most benefit from having that privilege. Because if you're Venezuela, you're Zimbabwe, the government can't just print an unlimited amount of money, right? It's the United States, it's the EU, it's China. The reason that they're able to do that is because a lot of other countries are holding, their fiat currencies on their balance sheets. So they have this like unique privilege. And I suspect those countries are going to be the last to adopt something like Bitcoin because I think that their bureaucratic system has the most to lose. So, Graham, where do you see the next 5-10 years?
Well, I'm a poet. I've done some acting in my life. I'm not an economist, but I can give you a guess. My thinking is I look at people as an actor. I've looked at a lot of emotions, and I study scripts, and I think of why a character does this, and why they're on this journey, what they have to learn. And I think I see humanity as a whole. We're going through a phase of getting kicked out of our parents' basement. We've been lazy. We haven't gotten our stuff together, and it's time to get out. And whoever the parents are, God, life, is basically saying it's time to grow up. So I think in the next 5 years, we're going to have a lot of people that aren't ready to grow up. And they're going to get kicked out of the house, and it could be a CBDC, it could be a financial meltdown, there could be some event, but it's going to be a rude awakening for some people that haven't taken responsibility, that haven't got out there and started learning new technology, learning how to protect their wealth, learning how to speak up for their values. And there are other people that are going to thrive. They're going to get out of their parents' basement, they're going to get out into the real world, and they're going to help teach other people. And they're going to help start businesses. Like I'm sure many of you are going to be those people because you're here right now learning about this and you're ready to start sharing this with other people. And I think that's what I see sort of on a metaphorical sense happening in the next 5 years is there's going to be this rude awakening and also a blossoming of our society as we basically taste freedom for the first time from central banking. And I think that's super exciting, what that's going to mean. But it's also going to be really hard for a lot of people that have chosen not to wake up. They've chosen not to step outside their comfort zone and stay dependent upon, daddy government or mommy government. And it's going to be a rude awakening for them because the government's not here to protect you, and they're going to take everything they can while they can until we remove them and put someone in power or put someone that represents us that actually upholds our values.
So you said you're a poet, so that means you're going to explain, Corey calls it the bright orange future, right? A future where, I said this earlier, no man or woman or a privileged elite have the ability to create money from thin air that everyone else has to work for, right? What does that future look like to you?
Well, it's all I just get a feeling of it's like a kid being like, hey, what do you want to do today? You know when you call up your friend when you're a kid, and you're like, hey, let's go play. What are we gonna do? Let's go light something on fire. It's like, oh, it's exciting, right? I think that's the excitement that I get when I think about this in the future, is there's just this limitless potential when people can be liberated to create freely and to not be sort of sucked dry from a fiat currency, that standard that we're on. I'm excited about it, and I just feel like the unleashing of potential and inspiration and creativity and the ideas and the products and the services that will be created in a new world like this is exciting because it's unknown. It's like, have we ever had that in the modern? We haven't had it in the modern world because we've been on a centralized system now for a long time. So what would it look like to have that freedom with all these tools and this technology that we have now? It's super exciting. That's what I see.
I agree. I think it's going to unlock human potential, the likes of which we've never seen before. I think it's going to empower It's going to empower individuals in specific locations, the likes of which they would have never had those opportunities. In the case of simply, I hire people all around the world just to do work for me. I don't even know their names. I don't even know where they're from, what religion, what their creed is, what their race is. I don't care. Whatever. The only thing I care about is I judge their work, right? We live in this world right now where you need to know who the person you're transacting with. And if you are in a specific location just because of where you happen to be born in, the system that they want for us is a system where they get to pick and choose who's entitled to use good money and who's not entitled to use good money, which I think is absolutely absurd. I think that's the part that excites me the most is, we're going to have some type of equal opportunity for people. For the first time, they're going to have the ability to save and earn in a money that doesn't lose purchasing
And a lot of the countries that have been screwed over by, the central banking, major corporation or major countries will have now a much fairer sort of shot at contributing and sharing their gifts with the world. So that's super exciting too. I love that.
100%. Anyways, we're coming to the last 2 or 3 minutes of Bitcoin 101. Guys, I can't emphasize this enough. Take personal responsibility. Take it upon yourself. Put it on your shoulders if your family don't know. And spread this thing. Spread the peaceful Bitcoin revolution. Everyone is good at something. Doesn't matter whether you have a big Twitter account, a big channel, a big following. It doesn't matter. We all have a role to play in this. I'll tell you a very quick story, and I'll pass it on to Graham. The New York Times released a hit piece, basically trying to make the case that Bitcoin miners were bad for the environment. Riot and Pierre Rochard came up with a video basically debunking them and making them look like a fool. Then the New York Times used the Twitter community note feature to try to quote-unquote fact check the Pierre Rochard video. But we all came together as Bitcoiners, and we downloaded that community note and we got it removed. This is what I mean by narrative trench warfare. We all came together and we downloaded that. And that fight is consistent. It's every single day in the battlegrounds of the internet. So don't take this lightly. This is very serious. Bitcoin or slavery. Graham, do you have any last words?
No, I agree with that. I think we are in a psychological narrative warfare, spiritual warfare right now. It's intense. But I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be alive at this time on Earth. And I hope all of you are too, because there's so many fun things we get to do and create, but it requires courage from each and every one of us to stand up and speak our truth, speak the values that we hold dear, and champion Bitcoin.
Awesome. Guys, my name is Nico Moran. This is Graham. This was Bitcoin 101. Thank you, everyone.
ancient furniture with the IKEA ideas.
Okay.
Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, I need not an extender, I need right?
the entirety of this talk is not for anyone in this theater, but parts of this talk are for everyone in this theater. And so my main goal here is to give a little something to every single person here. And I want you to be able to basically go through this talk and hone in on a specific thing regarding where you are in your learning journey, okay? I'm gonna basically be walking through how to use Bitcoin in the most self-sovereign way possible. So some of you may not have Bitcoin. Some of you may have Bitcoin, but it's sitting on an exchange where you had to give up, ID and personal information, all that. Or some of you may be further down your learning curve and have self-custody and be securing with hardware and all that. I just want you to hone in on where you are and then look and say, what is my next step? What's the next thing I can learn about and level up? And that's the point of this talk. So this talk is the path to self-sovereignty, obtaining, securing, and using your Bitcoin as trustlessly as possible. So we're going to jump ahead, and I want you to consider, and I'm being a pain here for Graham as I shift around, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing here. So how self-sovereign are you right now? If there was a crackdown tomorrow and every single custodial Bitcoin service shut down, wanted to seize their customers' funds, wanted to take all of their information, would you be affected? How would this affect you right now? While it may seem out to lunch to worry about something like that, we've seen examples of it in other countries. We've seen examples of it here in this country with regular Canadian dollars. We've seen examples of it in the US historically where things like owning gold were outlawed and they confiscated all gold. So it's not that outside of the realm of possibility. So how do you kind of use Bitcoin in a way where you are largely immune to that? How do we minimize single points of failure while also improving our Bitcoin privacy? Is there such thing as a perfect setup? And it's important to note that while perfection can evade the best of us, you shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good. Meaning, just because you can't get it perfect right out the gate, or maybe never, doesn't mean you shouldn't improve. So let's chat a bit. Sorry, I'm going to be such a pain in the ass with these cameras for you. Yeah, let's chat more about that. So let's jump forward a little bit and kind of walk through. We're going to level up, and what do you do first? All right. So here's a little overview of what I'm going to be discussing. Okay, making yourself as sovereign as possible in terms of Bitcoin. As many angles as possible covered, and I'm going to cover a few things like being able to get Bitcoin without KYC, or know your customer, without having to provide your ID and all your personal information and your firstborn child. How do you actually do that? Holding Bitcoin in a non-custodial fashion so that you're not trusting somebody else to hold your money for you. It's kind of the point of Bitcoin. That's why it was created. Securing your Bitcoin, not just in a wallet on your phone that is connected to the internet, but with a device that allows it to be kept offline and inaccessible to digital attackers. Verifying your Bitcoin. How do you know that what you have is even yours? How do you know it's actually Bitcoin? How do you know that you're enforcing the rules of the network? Like, there's only 21 million Bitcoin. What if somebody wanted to change that? Is there a way to make yourself immune to that? Perhaps by running a node? How do you obfuscate your Bitcoin? Add privacy, or at least forward-facing privacy to the Bitcoin that you already own. How do you use Bitcoin transactionally in a fast and cheap fashion? Lightning Network, we'll get into that. How do you spend Bitcoin amongst your peers? How do you build that circular economy so that you can potentially live on Bitcoin, as I have been doing since 2020? And how do you really lock down your Bitcoin that you want to hold for generations? How do you set up something secure where even if somebody kicked in your door, you could not give up your Bitcoin. So that's what we're going to explore. So we're going to jump forward here. So let's chat non-KYC Bitcoin. So many of you will be familiar with getting, logging onto an exchange, having an account, giving ID, sending an e-transfer or whatever it is, and then, you get your Bitcoin eventually, hopefully taken into your own custody. But there are ways to obtain Bitcoin without having to give up all that information. It goes without saying, obviously, that leaving coins on an exchange is bad practice, but what about using exchanges at all? If you're concerned about data on your holdings falling into the hands of malicious individuals, government or otherwise, you may want to consider using non-KYC methods. So these up on the screen are some examples of tools that you can use. I love HODL. They're used all around the globe. Peer-to-peer, basically setting up offers, taking offers from individuals with a ton of different options in terms of payment method. Here locally in Canada, Bull Bitcoin, while you have an actual account with them, you can actually buy non-KYC Bitcoin through the post office, which they just launched. And the post office actually has no idea what you're paying for. You just scan a QR code, you give them cash, or use a debit card, whatever you want, but you make a purchase through the post office. Really cool what they rolled out there. Some other cool ones, RoboSats is really awesome. BISC is a little bit more technical, but you can still obtain non-KYC coins there. In some instances, Bitcoin ATMs allow you to not have to scan ID or perhaps just provide a dummy phone number if you prefer. And then obviously mining from home is another option to get non-KYC coins. You can also, of course, earn Bitcoin for goods and services. So that's always the greatest option in my opinion. Let's chat about non-custodial wallets. So if you're sitting on an exchange right now and you haven't withdrawn your Bitcoin from the exchange, you do not own Bitcoin. You own an IOU that you will hopefully one day be able to redeem for Bitcoin. Very important to at least start learning how to take self-custody. Very, very important. If you haven't been around super long, you may have still seen some of the headlines, especially over the past year. Exchanges blowing up, people thinking that they own Bitcoin, and it turns out none of the Bitcoin was even there. You can own an incorruptible, censorship-resistant sound money, but you actually have to take ownership of it. You can't trust others with it. And so these are some examples of wallets that you can use. There's a lot of great options these days. They vary in user experience and complexity. And there's some key features that you might want to look out for when you're choosing a day-to-day wallet. So the ability to manage multiple accounts in the same interface. You might not want all your Bitcoin just lumped together in one place. You may want to separate it for different purposes. Obviously, on-chain Bitcoin transactions. Those of you that have taken your own custody know that fees can vary, and so having the ability to fine-tune your fee settings as you're sending transactions, so that when the network is particularly busy, having those fine-tuning options are fantastic, and the ability to bump a fee if something is taking a long time to go through. Another great option or feature to look into is hardware compatibility. If you're using a particular wallet, is it just a hot wallet on your phone? Can you use a hardware device with it? Can you use lots of different hardware devices with it? That's good to look into. Coin control, which we'll get into in a moment, but it's a privacy feature that you may be interested in. And then the ability to use the Lightning Network or Liquid, if that's something that you commonly use. These are mechanisms that allow you to use Bitcoin in a cheaper, quicker, and slightly more private manner, right? So lots of things to consider when picking out a wallet. But actually, I'm going to jump back to the previous one just for a second here. The ones up on the screen there, up in the top left, is Sparrow Wallet. That is my day-to-day go-to desktop wallet that I use all the time. Highly recommend. I really enjoy it. Over on the top right, that is Nunchuck Wallet, and it is desktop, but I primarily use that on my mobile device, and that is a great, in my opinion, option for travel. paired with something called a tap signer, and it's just like an additional layer of security. You can also use other hardware with it. You can do a lot of great stuff with it. And it does have things like baked-in inheritance planning and stuff like that, which we'll get into that later on. Anyways, the other options up there, Spectre, Blue Wallet, Moon, maybe not as much now, but hopefully they'll give it an overhaul and it'll get even better. So anyways, we can jump ahead from there. Let's chat hardware. How many people here have a hardware wallet themselves? Okay, doing pretty well, awesome. Those that don't, this is the part that you can hone in on. This is where you can, maybe start investigating. There is a lot of information to take in when choosing a hardware wallet. Obviously, if you get your Bitcoin, KYC, or otherwise, if you take self-custody, that's great, but you want to secure long-term holdings with hardware. Most devices, like the one shown here, will do the trick depending on your preferences. That said, there's a few key things you want to consider. And for those that are really unfamiliar with hardware, what hardware does, a wallet, in general, that term, is kind of a misleading term for where you hold your Bitcoin. What's actually in the wallet are the keys to your money. The money is not in the wallet because Bitcoin is just a big ledger of who owns what. Your wallet just holds the keys to unlock money that you own and no one else's. Okay, so you can think of a wallet kind of more like a keychain. And in the instance of hardware devices, the keys to your money exist in a device that never directly connects to the internet. And that's the security of it. Nobody can remotely hack these devices and extract the keys to your money and be able to spend your money. When you have a hot wallet, or just an app on your phone that can fully control your money, then the keys to your money and your Bitcoin are only as secure as the device those keys are sitting on. So a phone wallet is more like cash in your pocket, whereas one of these devices is like cash in a safe in a remote location that requires a key. All right. So in terms of what you're looking for, number one, do you like the interface? Is it intuitive? Do you enjoy using it? Does it help you learn about Bitcoin as you're using it? Number two, is it open source? Can you actually see what the code is actually doing in the background? And that may not be a question where you yourself are going to audit it, but it's relatively important that you're able, or that anyone is able to go in and audit it, because if there's eyeballs on it, then you have the ability for somebody to be a canary in the coal mine and sound the alarm that there's something malicious. Okay, so being open and auditable is very important. The other one, does it have a secure element? What the hell is that? A secure element is a segregated chip on the device that will contain the keys to your money. It is separate from the rest of the circuitry, and it is like the fortress on your device, so that if somebody were to get physical access to your device, they still wouldn't be able to extract the keys to your money. They would probably destroy the chip before they ever got anything out of it. So a secure element is another big selling feature. Is it Bitcoin only? If there's people in the room that are kind of coming at this from the crypto space, Bitcoin only actually does matter when you're talking about security. The more you add support for more coins and more options and more tokens, with greater complexity comes a greater potential for attack vectors. And when you support everything under the sun without extensive testing, number one, again, complexity, attack vectors. But number two, you're actually taking away time and man hours from working on the security of the device in general as it comes to focusing on Bitcoin. And furthermore, you probably get less Bitcoin features because time is split amongst, let's add this coin and this coin and this coin and this coin, and then your Bitcoin experience will be deprecated quite a bit. So that's a factor to consider. Now, can it be used with alternative wallet software? What does that mean? Well, if you look up at the screen, Ledger, Trezor, Bitbox, Keystone, Passport, all of those options, they do come with proprietary apps that pair with them. Now, out of the ones I just mentioned, Ledger and Trezor, and I think Bitbox as well, I could be mistaken there. Anyways, out of the box, the ledger and the Trezor, typically you're going to need to use their application to initially set up the device. So there are ways to do it without, but you're going to be jumping through hoops. You might be using some command lines, so realistically most people aren't going to do that. And so in that instance, you're probably stuck with their proprietary app, at least in setup, before you can shift to something else. And if your device is not open source, if the software is not open source, then you have no indication of what's happening in that process. And so you're not quite sure what's happening in the background. And if you're forced into that situation, not great. So it is important, at least to me, that I'm able to choose how I use my device. Cold Card and Seed Signer actually have no native app. You get the device, Cold Card, and obviously Seed Signer. Seed Signer is like a build-it-yourself kind of option. Neither of those, when CoinKite sells a Cold Card to you, you grab it. They have no idea if you've ever turned it on at any point. There's no data going back to them. There's nothing. You can power it entirely offline and never plug it into a computer. There's a lot of great things about that. Cold Card is my go-to for day-to-day. But a lot to consider there. But just be aware, if you're forced into a proprietary app, it may not be, depending on your preferences, it may not be the best option for you. Now, can you create things like hidden wallets with passphrases? Can you create decoy wallets if you're under duress? These are all cool things that you can do with various options where maybe you put in your regular PIN and it leads to your regular wallet, but maybe somebody's threatening you, you put in a decoy PIN and it leads to a decoy wallet with a small amount of Bitcoin instead. So these are some of the features you might want to look for. And again, on the screen here, the devices are Cold Card, Ledger, Trezor, Bitbox, Seed Signer, Keystone, Passport. There's lots of other ones. The one that isn't up here that I should have added is the Blockstream Jade. They're also doing some good work. So anyways, we'll jump ahead now. Okay. So far we've covered getting Bitcoin. We've covered using self-sovereignty and obtaining your own Bitcoin in your own custody. And we've also talked about securing your Bitcoin with hardware. Those are kind of your foundation. You want to be able to get Bitcoin and secure it in your own custody. From here on in, it's kind of like cherries on top of that, okay? And so what is running a node? What does that even mean? So a full node is simply software hosting a copy of the Bitcoin blockchain that includes the entire history of transactions and the rules that govern the network. If you are not running a node, you are trusting someone else to do it for you. If you have a phone on your wallet, and yes, you have the keys to your money, you take in your own custody, or it's on a hardware wallet, whatever, you are still, every time you're doing a transaction, asking someone else, do I have money? Is this actually Bitcoin? Can you enforce the rules of the network for me on my behalf? So while you're not going to lose your Bitcoin necessarily, you're not actively kind of participating and enforcing the rules of the network for yourself. Don't think of this as an altruistic, I'm going to help the network kind of framework. Think of it as a selfish, I don't want somebody to change Bitcoin on me action. It is self-preservation, okay? And so with running a node, you can connect all of your wallets to it. You don't need to trust anyone else to feed you transaction info. You no longer leak transaction data when you use someone else's node by default. So when you have a phone wallet and you say, do I have Bitcoin? You're actually asking somebody who's running a node, can you check these addresses for me? And if there's an IP address linked to that, and if that node happens to be one that's keeping logs of that information, that could be information on how much Bitcoin you own that somebody is keeping track of. So keep that in mind. You can also protect yourself from anyone trying to change the rules of Bitcoin, as I alluded to, things like the 21 million coin supply. If you're connected to your own node, you're running your own copy of the blockchain and the rules that govern it. If all of a sudden there was a contentious change to Bitcoin tomorrow, if you're running your own node and you link your wallets to your own node, if anybody tries to change Bitcoin, you ignore them. They simply do not exist to you. And not everyone has to run a node, but it's important that they have the option and can easily do so if they choose. And so I would recommend that if you've gotten your foundation of owning Bitcoin and securing it, and you're already at that level, take a peek at running a node. That might be a fun next thing that you can do. So you can do this a variety of different ways. Also, I'll just mention that you can run other Bitcoin apps trustlessly on top of your node with a lot of these plug-and-play options. So easiest way to run a node for free is download Bitcoin Core on your computer. So you can go to bitcoincore.org, you download this program, it will download the entire history of all Bitcoin transactions, and you can even print it down so it goes through all of the data, but then it keeps just the most recent transactions once it verifies everything else, and then you can connect your wallets to it. My go-to now is Start9. I have the Start9 Server Pro is kind of and it's like a pretty intense machine. You don't have to go that hardcore. This is like a full-on expensive computer that sits at home and hosts data and does all these different things. You can go on the lighter side of that and do something that's really lightweight and is just running a few things. But there's some other options out there. There's the Nodl, there's Umbrel, there's Raspberry Blitz, MyNode, Ronin Dojo. Down in the bottom right there is a little picture of what a node might look like if you're running it. And that one looks all fancy, but it's actually quite small. It's like yay big. So anyways, there's lots of options for running nodes. I encourage you to check it out if this is where you're at in your journey. So we'll jump to now privacy. Let's chat a little bit about that. So it's likely that you already have Bitcoin obtained from KYC services. And furthermore, whenever you use and spend Bitcoin with someone who knows your identity, it can lead to them and other third parties painting a picture of how much Bitcoin you own. To preserve privacy and minimize those associations, you may want to explore CoinJoin and start learning about coin control, which is specifically selecting certain Bitcoin to spend in certain instances. Now, privacy is a spectrum, and it's nearly impossible to get perfect, but don't let that deter you from getting better. And so when I say here that as you spend Bitcoin, people can get a picture of what you own, a lot of people think that Bitcoin works in the way that, oh, you just have a wallet and it has a balance, and the balance gets updated or debited or credited or whatever. It's not exactly like that on the back end. It actually functions a lot more like cash. And what I mean is, if I have a Bitcoin wallet and somebody sends me 1 million sats, and then somebody else sends me 5 million sats, I don't just have a balance of 6 million sats. I have a balance of 6 million sats, but I have two distinct pieces of Bitcoin sitting in my wallet. 1 million sats and 5 million sats. And you can actually see that distinct piece sitting there. And you can think of it this way. If I go into a shop with a $100 bill and I buy a candy bar, the shop owner doesn't know that I've only spent $1.75 on the candy bar. They know that I have the $98.25 in change as well, because they saw the entire bill that I paid with, and the same is true of Bitcoin. If you pay with certain bills, people can begin to paint a picture of what you own, and furthermore, they can see those pieces, that change that went back to you, and they can also see on the blockchain when that change is combined with other money. And so then they can start to see, wow, this person that just bought a candy bar with their $100 bill went and bought a $50,000 vehicle immediately thereafter. They wouldn't know it was a vehicle, but they would see that expenditure all lumped together. So this is why privacy tools are important. It's not just I don't want the government to know that I own Bitcoin. It's I don't want somebody coming to my house with a $5 wrench and beating me until I give up my Bitcoin. So again, privacy is important, and it's definitely worth diving in. Some of the tools that you can use, Samurai Whirlpool is an awesome option. You can use this on mobile, but you can also use it with Sparrow Wallet, which is my, again, daily driver. It's built in there. So if you're already playing with Sparrow Wallet, you can start to experiment with that. Join Market, Mercury Wallet, Wasabi Wallet. Lightning does have some privacy benefits from a spending standpoint, so not a bad idea to use as well. Yeah, dive in. I will mention how to explore this more later. Okay, let's chat Lightning a little bit. How many people here have used Lightning? Okay, good. Okay, awesome, awesome. Now, I will say this is an easy one to jump to and level up and try for the first time. As a matter of fact, if you haven't tried Lightning yet, and you would like to later in the day, come find me at lunch. I will set you up with a wallet in 2 minutes, and you'll have your first transaction in no time at all. Non-custodially, might I say, okay? So I will do it in a way where you won't be relying on somebody else to hold your Bitcoin for you. You'll have your own wallet. But Lightning Network, it does continue to grow. It's allowing for cheap and instant payments, while also allowing for some privacy benefits. There's some great non-custodial options here. I brought up Moon before, but things have changed. I won't go deeply into it, but hopefully Moon will get better over time. But some other options include Breeze, Phoenix, Zeus would be more so if you're running your own Lightning node. We'll get into that later. But my recommendation right now, my go-to that I'm teaching people about is Phoenix Wallet. And Phoenix is just so easy to set up. The backup is very similar to any other Bitcoin wallet, and you can get going holding your own Bitcoin, being on Lightning Network with basically no prior knowledge. For advanced users, you can run your own node, and you can create channels and connections with peers and do all of the complicated bits in the background if you're really feeling keen on that, and route payments for other people and earn small fees in the process. And you can actually manage it all remotely with that Zeus wallet at the bottom there. And I use that religiously. I think it's a fantastic option. But I use both. I use Zeus and I use Phoenix, and I kind of, depending on the situation, I might use one or the other. All right, let's move on from Lightning. Let's chat Bitcoin circular economies. And this one is going to be very different depending on where you're at, depending on the connections that you make. But I live here in Calgary, and I'm trying to help, selfishly try to help build it out so that I can get all my shit for Bitcoin. So there's many ways to begin living on a Bitcoin standard. Some examples of websites and initiatives you can use to remove yourself from the fiat economy are btcmap.org. So this is a great resource where you can go to. You can get an app on your phone, and you can find local merchants. And what they did is they went back historically and found any business that has ever accepted Bitcoin, and it has been added into that map. You as an individual using that can actually help with the map, and you can add entries if you encounter new shops that accept Bitcoin, or if they have old data from a shop that did it as a marketing shtick back in 2015 and then just didn't keep up with it, you can also add the info, hey, these guys are no longer doing it, remove them from the map so that you get the most accurate picture. Awesome resource. There's also another one called SatMap, and this one is only brick and mortar, but SatMap can have like remote businesses that don't have a physical locale as well. The Beef Initiative. This is a really cool one out of Texas, and basically what they're doing is they're introducing people to their local ranchers. It is not Bitcoin specific, but Bitcoin has made its way into this organization because it makes sense from a self-sovereignty perspective, trying to cut out the middlemen, trying to cut out the state from people dealing with their local ranchers and sourcing food locally. It's a great initiative, and I was jealous about what I saw going on there, and so on Twitter, I asked, are there any Alberta ranchers that would be willing to accept Bitcoin for beef? 3 minutes later, I had a guy that messaged me, I now stock my freezer with beef and I pay in Bitcoin. And since then, I've actually come across 2 other ranchers in southern Alberta that are also willing to do the same. There's a guy that I get my eggs from. There's somebody in the theater that bakes me my bread. So there's lots of things that you can do in terms of making your local economy. And I'll touch on that one more time in a second. But a couple other options here. BitRefill and the Bitcoin Company. These are both options in terms of being able to get gift cards for what you need and pay in Bitcoin. Another one that's not up here, because I did this talk internationally last, but Bull Bitcoin. amazing resource. You can literally pay every single bill that you have with Bitcoin. I do regularly. You can pay your utility bill. You can pay to any bank account. You can make payments to really anywhere in Canada. If you have a biller, if you have a TELUS account, if you have whatever, you can just pay it with Bitcoin. So if you haven't tried Bull Bitcoin yet, and you want to get on a Bitcoin standard, check them out. Outside of that, go to your local meetups. This is super important, and I've kind of made a point of this. I've been out of town for a bit, so I've been able to hit the local meetup lately, but YYC Bitcoin is a great one, and I've made a point of when I'm there, getting up every single time and saying, I'm looking for the following thing, and I want to pay in Bitcoin. And while there may not be somebody directly in the room, but there was for eggs, that worked out really well, but there's always a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon that will likely take place, where somebody in there is going to be like, actually, I think I know a guy who does that. Let me put you in contact with them, and you begin to forge those relationships where you can actually begin to live off of Bitcoin standard. So I would encourage that. Hit the local meetups if you can. Yeah, let's keep going. So one of the last things I want to touch on here is multi-sig. And this is just in and around security of your Bitcoin as well. So we talked about hardware, securing Bitcoin offline. With hardware, typically there's a single point of failure. And what I mean is, your hardware device is at home and somebody kicks in your door and threatens you. Yes, you can have decoy wallets, you can do things like that, but people aren't super rational in scary situations. And so there's a good possibility that you might just say, no, this is my real pin, take it all. You don't know how you're going to react. But how do you make it so that that's impossible to do? And that could be multi-sig. Multi-sig is basically having multiple keys that are required to open your digital vault. So you can picture like the nuclear codes where they will turn the key at the same time to launch. Same kind of idea. You can create any quorum, is what it's referred to, of a multi-sig vault that you desire. And what I mean by that is you say, there are 3 keys to this vault, and I require at least 2 of them to unlock it. And then you take those keys and you disperse them to different locations. Maybe you have one in a safe. Maybe you have one with a family member. Maybe you have one buried in a secret location or in a safety deposit box or whatever it may be. You can have those keys in different spots. So if somebody kicks in a door or somebody finds one, they've got nothing. They've got a singular key. There's no chance they're getting into that vault. So, multi-sig again, digital vault, distributed geographically. There's easy and more difficult ways to do this. The easy way would be collaborative custody. And what I mean by this is you pair with a company, and a company would have one of those keys, and then you would have the rest of those keys. So if you had a vault that had 3 keys and required at least 2, okay, well that's great. You've got 2 devices, and you probably have a backup to each device. So you've actually got 4 things. You could lose 75% of all the crap you're supposed to take care of and still be okay, because you could have that one key and go to the company and say, hey, I lost most of my stuff. I've got this. Can you be the second key to unlock the vault? And that's what you pay them for their services for. There's a couple different flavors of that. Unchained Capital is very easy, user-friendly. They do require KYC. They require that you give up personal information. So privacy-wise, in terms of what do you hold, there's a honeypot for that information. Same with CASA. On the other side of things, Nunchuck does have a non-KYC collaborative multi-sig option. So all you need is an email address, and you can actually set up that with inheritance planning and all that stuff. So different flavors for different folks. And then finally, you could just do it fully self-sovereign. You can create a multi-sig vault yourself on various different types of software. You can hop back and forth between different software to manage it. It's all independent, wherever you want to take it. So lots of options here. I will caveat this by saying, beware user error. These things are meant to be resistant to you making mistakes, but also don't overcomplicate things. If you're worried you won't be able to regain access later, keep it simple, or go with one of these collaborative options, and that will hedge things pretty well. All the options up here on the screen are Unchained, Casa, Spectre, Blue Wallet, Sparrow Wallet, which again is my day-to-day driver, Nunchuck Wallet, and Lily Wallet, and there's lots more options. All right, let's jump forward. Okay, let's do a little recap of what we just heard. Again, I'm going to say, all of this is not for everyone, but some of this is for everyone in this room. How many ways? There's many ways to level up. You can obtain non-KYC coins, hold your own keys, secure Bitcoin with hardware, run a node, use CoinJoin and Coin Control for privacy. You can use Lightning for payments. You can create circular economies, and you can lock that stuff down for generations with multi-sig. Jump forward one more time. I have video tutorials on literally everything I just said, so you can go and look those up and you'll be able to get all of them. Don't worry, on the next screen there's a QR code you can scan, so you can go right to the channel and you'll be able to find all of it. But yeah, there's basically walkthroughs of everything. So if you found something in there that you said, okay, that's my next step, great. Now you've got a walkthrough so you can just go and do it. And we'll jump through one more. If you're looking to level up your knowledge around Bitcoin, these are some great books that you should check out. A lot of them are Bitcoin specific, but a few of them are tangential information to Bitcoin that are very complementary to Bitcoin. So feel free to take pictures of this. Across the screen, I'll just name a bunch of them. The Bitcoin Standard, The Price of Tomorrow, The Seventh Property, The Sovereign Individual, The Fourth Turing, The Block Size War, Sovereignty Through Mathematics, Magic Internet Money, a big book about Bitcoin, 21 Lessons, Layered Money, Inventing Bitcoin, and Economics in One Lesson. And this is just a handful that are recommended reading. And the key takeaway from this talk I would like to impart upon you is one step at a time. Don't worry about being perfect. Just focus on growing and improving. That's the important part. And this QR code here, if you scan it, it'll take you directly to my YouTube channel where you can find all of those tutorials and everything that I talked about. You can find me on Twitter. You can go to my website, btcsessions.ca. YouTube is where this QR code will take you. And yeah, I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you guys very much. I hope you guys learned something. We'll be back in a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got another panel coming up next. Before we intro the panel, we're going to give a quick shout out to, again, another one of the partners for the show, Cryptotherm. They build robust mining systems for industrial scale Bitcoin operations with a focus on immersion cooling. So not air cooling, but immersion, which makes it whisper quiet. So with that, this next panel is called How Bitcoin Changed My Life. It's moderated by Julian, aka Kinetic Finance, excellent filmmaker, host of Kinetic Finance on YouTube, multi-platform video. He does a lot of different platforms other than YouTube as well. He provides educational and historical explanations on money and markets and a cutting-edge look into the world of Bitcoin. We're also going to be having up Becca, Taylor, and Krista. Becca she went from Fiat corporate Becca to Bitcoin Becca. She had a journey that changed her life so much for the better that now I spend my days making memes and sandwiches. That sounds like a great improvement in quality of life. Krista Edmonds has over 2 decades of experience in financial markets and innovation and is a dedicated advocate for women's involvement and empowerment in the world of Bitcoin. She's co-founder and head of marketing for Bitcoin Policy UK and the UK's first Bitcoin-only policy think tank, and founder of Access Tribe, a Bitcoin education company. And Taylor, I'm going to give a little explanation as to what got him here. Dave, the organizer of this event, he reached out to he had different people reach out and ask to be speakers. And, he was getting some requests from some people that were into altcoins and tokens and everything. So he's asking very elaborate ways of, trying to avoid having them come speak. And one guy, he said, I don't know, maybe I'm going to ask him to go and chop some wood while explaining Bitcoin. And the one guy was like, no, I'm not doing that, and just never replied. But then another Bitcoiner asked to come and speak and said, hey, it did change my life. I'd love to talk about it. And Dave said, well, I'm going to see if this guy will chop wood. And he did it right away. He filmed a video of himself chopping wood and explaining Bitcoin. And now he's here. So I can think of no better reason to allow somebody on the stage than the fact that they made the effort to chop wood and explain Bitcoin at Dave's request. So without further ado, this is the panel on how Bitcoin changed my life. Let's give him a round of applause.
Alrighty. I mean, whose life hasn't Bitcoin's changed at this point? I want to start asking maybe just a quick follow-up introduction, if that wasn't enough, but maybe explaining how Bitcoin has affected any particular part of your life that you'd like to talk about, whether it's the way you look at personal finances, while it's the way you look at geography, obviously money, politics, and kind of explain your connection to Bitcoin and what really speaks to you about it. And we'll start with you first, Krista.
Well, I didn't talk to my dad for 12 years, and so we had a very fractious relationship. And he is a missionary. He's a born-again Christian and a missionary, and I was quite anti-church. And I think for me, really, the journey of Bitcoin opened my mind up to other perspectives. And I actually find it quite hard to articulate this, to be honest, because I don't really know exactly what happened. I just started to look at the whole world in a different way and understand people's perspectives better. And I also think I probably started to understand his evangelistic need to tell everybody about Jesus, because when you become a Bitcoiner, that's basically what happens to you.
Yeah, you cannot shut up about it. That's
exactly. So I think that's probably, it sort of led me to reaching out to him and getting back in contact with him, and we're back on speaking terms. So it's had a fairly monumental impact in my life.
Yeah, and for me, actually also relationships, just kind of the concept of what proof of work in Bitcoin is, and the relationships that we build with other people, with the community, and with ourselves. And I find, looking at Bitcoin and the people in the space, like all the work that they're doing, going out, like trying to convert people, like, you know, get off the fiat standard onto the Bitcoin standard. It just kind of, yeah, I found a crowd of people that wanted to see some change in the world, and, you know, sort of built those relationships. And that kind of, for me, is how it's changed me, because I want to be a better version of myself every day. And I find with Bitcoin, it kind of pushes me towards that, instead of like with the fiat mentality, kind of like, oh, it's like proof of stake. You just kind of, you know, not really true to your word. Sometimes it's just like, oh, whatever, like it's fiat, and just kind of go, I'm going to go on. But yeah, just trying to be a better person every single day and build those relationships.
Bitcoin has given me hope. I'm already a bit of a doomer, kind of it's my default state. And when I look around at the fiat world, it's hard not to fall even further into that. You see things collapsing, you see things going wrong, you see people losing their life savings. But Bitcoin gives us hope. Layered on top of that, it's given me a mission. I think people have an innate need to have a mission of some kind. Otherwise, we fall into this 9-to-5 death spiral of every day you're just surviving, if that. But if you have a mission, suddenly you have hope. You have something that can give you a future, and some way that you can give a future to others.
Yeah, for me, Bitcoin really opened the world of journalism up to me in a way that I had never really seen before. I have a background in filmmaking, and a lot of the productions I worked on were mostly fiction. So you'd be writing scripts, creating characters, creating scenarios, and the world of Bitcoin is just so interesting. Like every year, it feels like 10 years worth of history happens, and you have the opportunity as a filmmaker to really dive into that and kind of pick which alley and which side of Bitcoin you want to tell the story of. And it's more than just making up something, you know, on a screen with characters. You can tell the stories of real people. And every time I go to these events and conferences, I meet people like all of you who have had their lives inexorably changed for the better because of Bitcoin. And exposing that to the world, to me, has just been so much fun and really inspirational, because it's always a battle that we have as Bitcoiners, fighting out against the press. But it's really in these individual stories that you start finding a lot of compelling stuff that breaks all of the narratives that have been kind of weaved in the mainstream about, you know, Bitcoin bad for the environment, Bitcoin, you know, no intrinsic value. You start talking to people who come from, you know, war-torn countries, and Bitcoin saved them, right? Or people who are depressed and didn't find meaning in their 9-to-5 job and found their local Bitcoin meetups and became a real voice in their town. So yeah, I really love that the way Bitcoin has opened up all those journalistic opportunities and challenged me to be a better storyteller. I want to ask, on a day-to-day level, because we can talk about the big picture, has Bitcoin changed the way that you spend or interact with money? Are you finding now that your sat stacking gets in the way of, you know, your previous other financial goals? Has it altered the path of how you spend and save money?
You're asking me first.
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, to be honest, I think it was probably for me a combination of the pandemic and Bitcoin that I just kind of stepped out of that mimetic world of the rat race, and you just start to value different things. And I just don't really have the interest that I used to have. Like, I lived in New York for 6 years, and the big thing for me at the end of the week, or, you know, at the weekend, was to go to a really nice restaurant and go and buy new clothes. And you know, I just have zero interest in that stuff now. So now I'm much more into having like deep conversations with people, going on hikes, spending time in nature. And I kind of put that down to there's something about the process of studying Bitcoin that fundamentally changes you at a very, very deep level, And I think your values shift dramatically. So yes.
So I have an interesting tidbit, and I'd be curious what the audience thinks of this. I have always been really frugal when it comes to buying clothes and sort of these, like, I don't know, I've always gone for like the cheapest shoes that just work, or like, you know, Old Navy, right? But actually, since finding Bitcoin, I found that I'm now going towards not, you know, brands for the sake of brands, but trying to find really high quality stuff that just lasts for years. And I wonder, like, I'm sure there's two classes of Bitcoiners, which are like, you know, I'm gonna take sugar packets from the Starbucks, so I don't have to buy sugar, and then the class of Bitcoiners that buy just really expensive but well-made things that last forever. How would you say each of you fall into that category? Have you been frugal in terms of that stuff, or have you been more focused on just picking out specific things that last forever?
For me, I've definitely changed like my shopping habits, like for sure. And how you mentioned like with the clothing, I was also big, Winners, Walmart. I mean, I still shop at Winners nowadays, and I work in retail. So, but like I do look for higher quality fabrics, cotton. The whole like polyester thing is probably not really so good to be on your skin all the time. So it's like all these different rabbit holes, like through Bitcoin, that you kind of go down. I didn't think like a few years ago when I started learning more intensely about Bitcoin that I'd be going through my wardrobe and being like, oh, I don't need all this polyester crap. Like I want, good quality, organic cotton shirts, pants, and stuff like this. So like, it's like all these things, like I said, all these different rabbit holes, and then all of a sudden you're like changing your values, shifting, like, oh, maybe maybe I want to be a little bit more in this direction, like caring about like where my clothing comes from, buying high quality merchandise, shoes, stuff. You use these things every day too, so like why just get the cheapest stuff? Like invest in the quality. So like for me, it's definitely changed.
Amen to all of that, definitely. It's shifted my time preference. So instead of what's something that I can afford right now and works for right now, it's shifted to what can I buy that will last longer so that I can have the opportunity to stack sats more. It has made me more aware of the 9-to-5, death spiral thing though too. Terry Pratchett has a great bit in one of his books where he's talking about how poor people can't afford good boots, and so their boots wear out more often, so they have to buy boots more often, and it keeps them poor. Whereas somebody who's wealthy and can afford nice boots, their boots last longer, and so they can become more wealthy. And it's something I would like to get myself out of. Like these are very Fiat shoes. It's not real leather, it's cracked. These are less than 2 years old. It should last longer than this, but it doesn't, because it's a Fiat shoe. So I'm hoping that I can get in a bit of a better place, stack more sats, and get shoes that last a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think that's the battle, because I think when we look at Bitcoin today, we see a super undervalued opportunity, and you almost want to live in scarcity in the moment to stack as many sats as you can. But you have to think about, I guess, like you're right, like the preferences in your behavior and making sure you're aligning with that. Speaking of which, I'm super curious, because for me this year especially, I've had a journey with discovering fiat food and nutritious food and like the profiles in food. Has your journey into Bitcoin taught you or moved you in a direction in how your outlook of food is, and maybe even changed your diet?
Yes, I would say so. Actually, it was funny because I did Pomp's crypto course last year, and that was quite an introduction to like the world of maxis, because I'd sort of been doing my own reading and my own podcasting. And then we have this huge big Slack group, and somebody asked a question and they said, oh, what's this thing with Bitcoiners and seed oils? And so somebody sent an explanation. And after the session had finished, I go to my fridge and I open it up, and I was like, oh my God. And I'm going through all the packets. I'm like, everything has seed oils. So the next day I'm out baking bread and like doing all of this stuff. But yes, it has. And generally speaking, now we eat a lot more meat. I'm much more aware of that from a health perspective. And I've basically eliminated seed oils. So yes.
Yes, the same thing happened to me as well. Like my diet changed like pretty drastically after, going down the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And then I was like, oh, the seed oils, all this, processed, what does Safe calls it? Industrial sludge. And like that's what he kept calling it on his podcast. And every time I go into the grocery store, I'd be like, oh, look at all the industrial sludge everywhere. The gummies, the candies, all this stuff. And it was like I was training my own brain to be like, this is the fiat. Like you don't want to eat this sludge. Like that's fiat food. That's like for fiaters, like the people that want to stay, asleep essentially. And through that process, I started reaching out, within the community, trying to find a rancher, because I saw on Bitcoin Twitter, like, go find a rancher, go shake your rancher's hand. I was like, well, I live in Alberta. Like, I'm sure there's a rancher somewhere around here. So I was able to do that. And now, like, I buy all my meat, I buy with Bitcoin. It's something I'm very proud of. I make a lot of soup with my bones that I get from my rancher. He's like, why are you buying kilos and kilos of, bones from me? I'm like, it's just Bitcoin. Like, I'm fine. Like, this is the healthy food. Like, I want to be eating bone broth soup. I'm making bread now, not just for myself. I find, like, Bitcoin's, like, kind of turning me into my grandma. Like, like, at home, baking bread, doing that proof of work. Like, oh, I made this bread. I made this meal. This steak came from a rancher, and I know that he also has the same values that I do and operates his business along those lines. So I feel good, spending my Bitcoin on stuff like that. So
can I just say, I think that's a meme coming up, isn't it? Bitcoin turned me into my grandma.
Yeah. I love it.
Make grandmas great again.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, having exposure to this crowd and these things has kind of given me flashbacks to my childhood. I grew up on a farm. We had cows. We had chickens. That was my first exposure to business too, was having chickens and selling eggs. And our grandparents just down the road had a massive, massive garden. It was enormous. And we would go as kids, get told, like, okay, it's time to eat something. Let's go to the garden and pull some carrots. Let's shell some peas. And that's going to be our vegetables. And so we happily run out to the garden, and you pull carrots out of the ground, and you go over to the rain barrel, and you wash it off, and you eat it right there. And at the time, it was like, yeah, this is pretty good. But now thinking back, it's like, man, that's really good. And I go to the grocery store, and I buy something, and I eat it, and I go, nah, it's just not the same. I need to get back to that. Okay, where am I going to plant a garden?
Yeah, there's something to be said. I used to be super busy in my own business, and I became one of those people that did all meal delivery, like good food, or not even good food. It was like the pre-packaged meals at that point. I didn't have time to like assemble their 30-minute dishes. I wanted the thing I could just pop in the microwave or the oven and then do it in 6 minutes and then have a nutritious meal. And the bear market stops you from doing that, but also your preferences as a Bitcoiner, I find, have a lot to do with it too. And I found myself really recently, and I don't know if it's just me going nuts, but I found myself really recently getting a lot more into cooking and also growing my own food. Like, I live in an apartment, so I don't get, a ton of sunlight there, but enough to grow my own tomatoes and lettuce and stuff like that. And I found getting back into the kitchen and preparing meals, it might not be the most efficient use of your time if you have a job where you're making, your time's valued at like hundreds of dollars per minute or hour. But there is a certain satisfaction to creating your own food and making your own meals versus having them kind of plated up for you. And I kind of wonder, like, we have a lot of people who are in this conference who do conferences and travel around the world and do these all day long. And I can't imagine, going months at a time traveling and not cooking your own food. And I kind of wonder, this is sort of like an aside, but for the people who travel quite a bit, how do you keep your nutrition profile good when you don't have access to, non-seed oil foods and things like that? Like, how do you ensure when you're on the road to kind of respect the diet you want to create for yourself?
Fasting.
Fasting, yeah.
Saying that was my answer.
Yeah.
I don't travel that much anymore, but that's the solution, is just do your time restricted eating and you're fasting. It's an opportunity, right?
Yeah. And then just feast when you get home, right?
Yeah. Yes.
It's a little bit difficult when you're flying places because you're kind of limited as to what you can bring with you. But if you're going to be driving somewhere, buy a cold box, chuck some ice packs in there, and throw your food in there. And yeah, you might not be able to eat it hot everywhere. You can maybe pre-make your own pre-made meals that you can heat up when you get to your destination. But there's nothing wrong with eating cold for a few days or even a whole week if you need to.
Something I learned from Bitcoin Twitter is pocket steaks. They're a thing. So just put pocket steaks.
Can you elaborate on that?
So you cook a steak at home, and then you get a Ziploc bag, and you put the steak in the Ziploc bag and put it in your pocket and take it with you to go.
Does anyone in the crowd here have a pocket steak?
Oh,
I
BT
don't-
is disappointed right now.
Yeah, next rodeo, we'll make some true Bitcoiners out of everyone. All right, moving away from food, bigger picture. Everyone here has watched The Matrix. I mean, we all quote the orange pill, so we all have seen that movie. What has been your Matrix moment with Bitcoin, where when you learned about Bitcoin and you started looking and reflecting on the outside world, you realized that maybe we are living in a simulation and that Bitcoin could be the answer to breaking it? What's your Matrix moment? Yeah.
Okay. So that is my orange pill story. So I basically worked in financial markets for 20 years, and my husband got a job in Canada, and we wanted to move here for a long time. And we decided this was our opportunity to come here. So I had some time to start looking into an alternative career, and I had a bunch of colleagues who'd left to go to crypto firms. So I'm chatting to my mum, and I said, oh, I'm thinking I should maybe look into this a bit more. And by the way, I thought I understood blockchain really well. I worked in corporate innovation, so I was like, I get it. I get the technology, not that interesting. And she sends me this video, and she said, oh, Jordan Peterson, my mum loves him, by the way, but she said, Jordan Peterson did this interview with like 4 Bitcoiners. And so she sends me the link. She hasn't watched it. And I'm like, why is he interviewing Bitcoiners? He's a clinical psychologist. Like, that's so weird. So anyway, I watched this thing, and it's like 90 minutes. And if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. I think it's called The Future of Money, and it's with Robert Breedlove, John Vallis, Gigi, and Richard James, the Australian filmmaker. Next day, she rings me up, and she said to me, so, is this any good? Like, should I watch it? And I just said, it's completely changed my life. And she said, what? And I just said, I've been in financial markets for 20 years, and I've understood nothing about money, literally nothing. And that was it, really. I mean, I literally fell down the rabbit hole really hard, and then it was like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours a day of just studying Bitcoin, listening to every podcast I could get my hands on. And your comment about the Matrix is an interesting one, because years before, I'd gone to a conference in New York, and I can't remember the name of it, but there was this guy called Juan something, and I can't remember his last name, but he was an investor in biochemistry kind of projects and bio-type projects. And at the end of the talk, he'd written this book called Evolving Ourselves. And he made this comment, and he said, what if all life is code? And he was referring to like DNA. And I've thought about that comment so much, because it's almost as though that code got plugged into our matrix, and it's like an antivirus. And that just, I still turn that around in my head a lot and think about it a lot. So that for me is really, if we are living in a simulation, then I think that the Bitcoin code might be the antivirus.
Nice. Yeah, for me, when did I figure out we were maybe in a matrix? I mean, do you watch the news? Like, who's writing the script here? But with Bitcoin, yeah, it was kind of Robert Breedlove and Michael Saylor. They did this What is Money series, and that's, kind of hearing Michael Saylor correlate time and energy, that your life force, you can save that in Bitcoin. I was like, what? But it's just a code, like this thing on the internet. How is it going to save me? Like, how is it going to save my energy and time and protect me from this craziness out here? And I was just kind of going through that. I was like, oh yeah, the system that we're currently in, this fiat world, like it's rigged against like me, essentially, the one individual, because I don't have a big proof of stake. And, that's kind of, I don't like to think about the fact like maybe this is a simulation, because like, no. No, yeah. I think it's real life.
I think we all have these, collection of smaller moments here and there throughout our experiences. But the big one for me was traveling about 3 or 4 hours away from home, going to the fuel pumps to buy gas, and my debit card didn't work. And I thought, well, that's weird. Let's try the credit card. Credit card didn't work. That's weird. Let's try the business card. That one didn't work. Well, good thing I've got enough cash to buy fuel to get me home. I get back home the next day. I go to the bank and say, hey, none of my cards are working. And, oh, well, let's look that up. The lady looks at the screen, kind of frowns a little bit and says, well, there's there's a government code on all of your accounts, and I'm not allowed to tell you anymore. Okay, and this is a really small town. Everybody knows everybody by first name, but she was not going to breach whatever was on her screen to tell me what was up. I said, well, okay, like, is it the CRA? Like, is there a phone number I can call? She said, I can't tell you anything else other than there's a government code, and we can't help you here. So, 3 accountants, lots of help from family, and quite an amount of frustration and time later, and discovered that the CRA had decided they didn't like how my taxes had been filed, and so they had reassessed everything, not given me any notice, and frozen everything completely. Wow. And that I owed them somewhere in around about of $120,000, which I had nowhere near that amount in my accounts. It was basically just floating cash to kind of get me by day to day at the time. So I had no way to pay that back. Now eventually, working with it, we eventually found an accountant that figured it all out, talked with the CRA for us, and we got that down to an amount that I could eventually cover, and I eventually did find some ways to pay it off. But all through that experience, it was, this isn't my money sitting in a bank account. This is, the government is allowing me to live so long as I do exactly what they tell me to do. I couldn't go to the store and buy a loaf of bread without the help of family at the time who bailed me out. And I thought, if I didn't have family and friends that could help me out, I don't know what I would have done. But it was the big awakening moment for me of, we need an alternative to this system that is there to control us.
And I think that's why, when I hear a lot of government officials, praise Bitcoin and say, we need freedom money, I kind of wonder where that comes from, because, if we move to a system where everyone has sovereignty over our own money, if they break that breach of trust, we just don't pay taxes. And there's no military in the world that can seize the 12 words from your head, right? So, I mean, for me, my Matrix moment, it was actually more recent. And it was more to do with phones and the world we live in. We're always connected on the internet. But I was traveling through Peru, but while I was doing it, I was doing a lot of day trading, always staying up on the news, trying to figure out what to make the next Bitcoin video topic on, or figure out what's going on in the world of finance. And I ended up booking a trip up to do this hike in the mountains. It's called the Lares Trek up in the Andes Mountains, and there's no phone signal or anything up there. And just for like weeks prior, it was just constant dopamine, screen time, 4-6 hours a day. And I realized, like 2 days into the trip, I haven't gone 48 hours without looking at my phone. And there was no reason to. When you're up there, like, I don't know, calculator or take a couple photos, but I had a physical camera, so I didn't even have to use my phone at all. And 4 days into the trip, I had gone not using my phone, and I was realizing this weight that was lifted off me, that I didn't need to be connected to everything, and the only people around me were kind of the 7 other people on the tour and the tour guides, and that was all I needed to feel fulfilled. I had that little sense of community there. And then as soon as I got back into a signal zone, I turned my phone on, hundreds of notifications just coming at you, and none of them matter. None of them really matter, but they're slow dripped to you while you are living in this world where you're hyper-connected. And you turn it on, like if you haven't had your phone on for a while, you turn it on, and you're just bombarded with all this information that ultimately just adds up to nothing and means nothing. And for me, the connection to Bitcoin with all that is that I think when people first get into Bitcoin, they get into it usually because of the price, because they see an opportunity to arbitrage or to make some profit on it. And slowly, as you become a real Bitcoiner, you try and not have the widget on your phone screen, and you go a couple days without checking the price, and then you can go months without checking the price until someone tweets about it, right? And we need some of that, and I hope that that long time preference that Bitcoin kind of inspires in people also helps them get away from all these activities where we constantly need to be fed, drip-fed dopamine in order to just feel stable. But that, to me, was my big Matrix moment, is breaking out of the phone world for a couple days and just feeling refreshed. And then unfortunately, when you get back into it, you feel that clog. It's like this brain fog when you get back into your phone. So Good idea for a conference at some point. There should be an off-grid Bitcoin conference at some point. 72 hours, no phones, no checking price, just Bitcoiners in a place cooking steak and hanging out. That'd be
With
fun.
pocket steak.
Pocket steaks.
Yes, mandatory.
Yeah. Anybody have a ranch in Calgary they want to volunteer? All right. How are we doing on time here? Let me just check. Just a quick question here. How many years has everyone here been in Bitcoin personally? We'll start with you.
For me, it was basically end of July 2021.
2020. So about 2 years. Yourself, Becca?
January 2018.
2018. Taylor?
Best as I can recollect, it was somewhere in the 2012, 2014 range.
Oh, wow. So that's a big range of difference. So short period of time, mid, and then long period of time. In the time that you've been in Bitcoin, how have you seen it change the world around you? It's a loaded question.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I mean, okay, so I think on a geopolitical level, it's changing the world around us because I think it's abundantly clear to anyone paying attention now that the sort of governing/parasitic class are extremely worried and the kind of screws are being tightened. And that's usually the reaction of, somebody feeling insecure. So I'd say I've definitely seen that increase exponentially in the last couple of years. But I think a lot of it as well is the perception that you have of the world. I mean, probably a lot of people can relate to, it can be quite lonely being a Bitcoiner because you're suddenly outside of the matrix and you're talking cross purposes with, people that you've had in your life for your entire life. And it's just very, very hard to relate when you talk about anything like current affairs or the economy. You're having completely different conversations from a completely different standpoint. So I think it's a bit of both, really, an awareness of for us being a Bitcoiner, and then also just the kind of panic that seems to be seizing the governing class.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Bitcoin has exposed the fiat playbook essentially of geopolitical, what's going on in the world. And sort of once you see that, where are the incentives? You start asking yourself questions like, oh, what's being told to me from the news real? Or what is this, company's incentives? Where are they getting their money from, right? Follow the money and you'll find out what the incentives are. And currently with all this hot stuff going on over in France, I don't hear anything on the news about the Central African franc, their money there. We always say, fix the money, fix the world, fix the problems. And, once your eyes are open to that, it's really hard to unsee it. And this is, and for me, I have a hard time having discussions with people that I know and friends about current events because I feel like, well, the money's broken. If we just fix it, all this stuff will go away. And it's so much to unpack, and it just goes over people's heads. Oh, you're crazy. That's Bitcoin's not going to fix anything. But actually, it's changing the incentives and it's leveling out the playing field for everyone, right? It's rules without rulers, and right now it's a world of proof of stake. If you have the most fiat and influence, you're in control. So for me, I'm just kind of. I see the world, it's changing for the better, but you have to power through this fiat and it's going to destroy it, hopefully.
Options and hope. I've got friends without names that have gone to countries that won't be named to build houses and schools and farms. And one of their big problems is when they go to these places, they can't bring cash with. That's going to get seized or stolen. They can't send e-transfers or any other kind of electronics funds transfer thing because it's either outright or illegal or just it just doesn't work for the places that they're going to. And so they're trying to figure out how to bring some kind of money with so that they can buy materials, so that they can hire labor. And something like Bitcoin gives them an option. They can now go and do these things in these places that desperately need it.
Yeah, what I've found is that I think the internet was a really powerful technology in allowing people to finally see what happens in borders outside their own. everyone kind of got connected. I don't think K-pop would have made its way over to the US if it wasn't for the internet. And there's a whole bunch of examples of this, like endless examples. But Bitcoin as a layer on top of that enables so much other, potential for connecting communities that are really far away from each other. There's this guy in El Salvador, I think he lives around Bitcoin Beach, and only got like 500 followers or so. But every week, he posts his Lightning QR code and asks, if anybody has any donations, I'm gonna do a round of getting groceries for my local community. And send a couple sats, like 50 cents, whatever, a couple hundred people do that. That's groceries for a whole family or a couple families for a week down there. And he posts photos of it. And I've seen people do it, and you don't have to be like a millionaire like philanthropist to be a part of that. But Bitcoin allows people to contribute to those causes and have immediate effect without intermediaries, without having to go through these massive organizations where you don't see where the money goes. And people are utilizing that. And it's really amazing to see everyone kind of be a part of that in some small way. And overall for me, I've just gotten so much in geography ever since, because when you learn about how broken our money system is, that's just the first layer. And then you start going to all these other places around the world where they have dictators who have, taken these crazy loans from the IMF, skimmed 20% off the top, and then left their community with all the debt. And you gain a lot of empathy for the rest of the world. And it's daunting at first because you don't feel like you can solve everyone's problems. You hope you can, but you know that through Bitcoin, through educating people on Bitcoin, you can do a little bit to help every single community on Earth, not just your backyard. So yeah, that's for me I've seen it change, firsthand the world just through that. Where do you see Bitcoin going in, let's just say, the short term? So I think we all like to think in 4-year cycles. It's very hard to predict the future, but I think, with the BlackRock ETF and all that, we have a lot of hopes going into 24 and 25. Aside from the price standpoint, what things, change around the world do you think will happen as part of the next cycle of Bitcoin?
I think we're going into a period of chaos right now, I'd say. I think that's my sense, is that I think the masses are sort of rising up, and what we see in France and other places with the protests and so on, I think we're going into a period of quite a lot of chaos, and probably a response from governments with increasing authoritarianism and increasing censorship. I don't know. I would guesstimate that's probably, a 5-year cycle maybe. And then when we come out the other side, I think we will have a more equitable world. And I think, to your point, certainly communities will be more connected. People are going to be transacting peer-to-peer a lot more. And I think a lot more people are going to be opting out, as you call it, of the fiat system and just deciding to live a different life. I think what we will see is mass adoption, because more and more people are going to realize over the next few years how absolutely critical this is. For me, that was definitely when I moved to Canada, was when I saw what happened with the trucker protest. I was like, 6 months into my Bitcoin journey? And I think I had never in my life imagined that something like that would happen in a country like Canada. And coming from financial markets, you know about sanctions and about corrupt regimes. When you see a country freezing bank accounts without due process of peaceful protesters, and it was a peaceful protest, by the way, because I lived in the US through all of the riots that happened, the BLM riots, and I was actually thought the Canadian protest was rather cute and very Canadian. So it was a real shock to the system, and I think at that point I just realized, wow, okay, this is like serious, and people need this, and normies need this. You don't have to be somebody living on the fringes of society. This is absolutely critical to our freedom and our well-being. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, there's going to be a lot of chaos, I think, in the next few years as governments start to clamp down. But on the flip side of that, it's like the individuals like us here, everyone here, like, we're starting to ask questions about what is money? Like, why is one group of people able to, print all this money that I have to go work for? It seems unfair, right? Why is, gas so expensive now? Where is, it doesn't need to be like this. So I think as more as there's more economic chaos, we'll say, I'm hoping that it'll wake more normies up to kind of ask those basic questions. Because at the end of the day, like, it's up to each individual person to, start their Bitcoin journey. Like, Bitcoin's not going to come really knocking at your door and begging, like, oh, I'm here to talk about Bitcoin. Like, you need this. I'm going to save you. Like, it's TikTok next block. Like, Bitcoin's just going to keep on doing what it's doing. And then on that note, like, within the Bitcoin community, I think within the next few years, like, that value for value, connecting with other Bitcoiners, doing sort of building out that circular economy, that will keep on happening as all this other chaos in the fiat world, like, just keeps happening. And, it's just not being solved outside of just throwing more money at it, which makes the entire, the whole thing worse. So Bitcoin's gonna, for me, like, I'm just hoping that more people are gonna wake up and start asking, basic questions, like, well, what is money?
When mad cow disease hit Alberta, and the powers that be decided that we should have a tracking system for tracking cows, so they have the alert tags with a barcode on them. I'm all for keeping terrible diseases at bay, but at the same time, it was kind of hard to see how exactly that would magically stop BSE from spreading. And we saw a lot of farmers who had no internet connection at their home farm suddenly need one because they had to go onto this government website to register their cows as they were born and tagged. I think we're going to start to see Bitcoin as a parallel system like you see in some developing nations, where in the past you could go there and there's a kid on the bicycle with the backpack and he could tell you the exchange rate for the local currency or for American dollars. Well, here you're going to walk down the streets of Moberly Lake. We have no streets there, but walking down the roads of Moberly Lake, and you're going to see me munching on a garden carrot, and they're going to go, oh, that guy knows what the exchange rate is. I'm going to go exchange my fiat for Bitcoin with that guy because he looks like a Bitcoiner. And hopefully I look like a Bitcoiner. I'll have better shoes.
And a pocket stake.
And a pocket stake. And I'll sell you one for Bitcoin.
That's how we do it.
Yeah, I think building off of your 2 points, I think this last cycle went really underreported, I guess in the mainstream media, because they don't care. They just care about the price. All the tools and the social layer around Bitcoin has really exploded over the last 2-3 years, and especially during this last 2 years where the price hasn't been so big. We're seeing things like the Orange Pill app where you can connect with other Bitcoiners. You can find out, do I have a Bitcoiner who's a farmer in my area? Do I have a Bitcoiner who's a carpenter? And I'm noticing this, like, Ryan here, who's doing the AV, is a big Bitcoiner. He's probably getting paid in Bitcoin to do it, right? And now he's getting gigs, probably with tons of conferences coming up to do the AV. So Bitcoiners like to hire Bitcoiners, and now it's not just a pipe dream. We can find these people, and we can hire them, and we can keep the sats flowing within our community, and we can still, expand the tent with all these educational initiatives. And it becomes easier and easier to live off of a Bitcoin standard. This has always been the biggest critique of Bitcoin, is like, oh, I can't use it as real money, like no one accepts it. That's fading away. Like, all the tools are being built on this. Merchants, CoinOS is doing a great job getting merchants to accept it in Vancouver. There's like 20 stores now in Vancouver that take Bitcoin, from barber shops to coffee shops. Like, it's really expanding, and so the ability of people to live outside the system, not to mention the on-ramps and the off-ramps, are getting a little better too. The ability for people to live on Bitcoin is becoming a reality, and Bitcoiners are pioneering that. And so I really look forward to, in this cycle, the Cambrian explosion of these Bitcoin circular economies continuing, because they have all the tools now to make it happen. There really are no barriers except just the will of the populace to accept it and make it their denomination. So, yeah, I think that about wraps it up. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big thank you to the panel for being here. Good to see everybody here. And we're going to take a break for lunch. We will be back around 1 p.m. for those watching on the stream, 1 p.m. Mountain Time. And yeah, we'll see you guys shortly. Have a great lunch. Check, check. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. I know many of you were trying to pay bills and sprinting back as quickly as possible. So thanks for making it back after lunch. We're back for another panel. This should be a good one. I'm going to do a little intro. Also, before we get into the panel, I want to give a shout out to our, again, one of the partners of the show, QuickBit. They're here. They operate a network of Bitcoin ATMs and run a really cool store in Regina, which has a lot of awesome merch and stuff that you can grab. They are one of the best places to buy a hardware wallet or other backup devices in Canada. Go check out their booth upstairs. They've got lots of fun stuff to play with. This panel is called Why Did Binance Fail in Canada? So we're going to get a little spicier, it seems like. We have your moderator, Adam O'Brien, good friend of mine. We've known each other for, what, a decade, I think? Yeah, 10 years, 10 years. He gave me my first sats that I ever earned. I was helping him out with some of his ATMs. So thanks for that, man. I kept those. Yeah. So Adam O'Brien, he's a Bitcoin entrepreneur dedicated to building products that make it easy to buy, sell, and use Bitcoin. He founded Bitcoin Well in 2013, which has grown to be one of Canada's largest Bitcoin companies, boasting over 250 Bitcoin ATMs across Canada and an online portal, which is the fastest and safest way to buy and sell Bitcoin. We also have, down the line, you're out of order, but I'm just going to say what's in front of me. So we have Mitch, and Mitch, I hope I don't butcher your last name, Demeter. All right, I was close. I was good. Good enough, we're going to call it. He launched the world's first Bitcoin ATM in Vancouver in 2013. Since then, he's gone on to build Netcoins into a leading Canadian exchange. And he's joined in the panel as well. We've got Simon Raven. He has 23 years of diverse experience in the energy sector and has held numerous senior leadership positions within the Canadian energy industry. In 2022, he joined a major cryptocurrency exchange and has focused on real-world blockchain applications, as well as innovative approaches for developing Bitcoin mining and integrated power production in Canada. And lastly, we have Ryan Mueller, He was once known for the deepest V-necks in Bitcoin. However, these days, Ryan leads Phantom Compliance. Ryan is an expert on anti-money laundering compliance, as well as the payments industry with over a decade of experience in Bitcoin. Let's give it up for your panelists.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. BTC Sessions. Okay, so we're going to be here talking about Binance and why Binance failed in Canada. So Binance, as we all know, the largest shitcoin casino or crypto exchange, has recently exited Canada amid struggles with the regulators. We want to know why. Why did Binance leave this country? We'll start maybe with Ryan.
Such a broad question on the front.
Start there and then just dial it in.
Why did Binance fail in Canada? Just as the opening question. I mean, no warm up, no what's your favorite color.
All right, Mitch.
No. So, I mean, it's a complex regulatory environment to succeed in, and, not straying into opinion too much, Canada's a bit of a notorious nanny state that, puts retail consumer protection at the forefront of all services. So even if you're a wholesale LP, you have to keep in mind protecting somebody from losing tons of money on a shitcoin, notifying them every time they are facing a market loss, notifying them if their portfolio's down, responding to endless complaints in the way the Ombudsman for Financial Services wants you to, and so on. So I think it's a hard environment to be successful in, especially as an exchange or entity that's used to doing things in a different way, passing it.
Yeah, talk about an emerging space, right, and how the regulators respond. Mitch, what's your take?
Yeah, to follow on with what Ryan's saying, of course, one of the benefits of Canada is that they do have an established framework for these types of businesses. And a lot of the jurisdictions that Binance operates in right now, they don't have those. And so they've kind of had the ability to operate in a way that works for them. And in certain places, they don't have any oversight. And so when a company like that comes into Canada and there's a framework that's kind of been developed over the last 3, 4, 5 years, there's certain things that they need to do differently. And I think for a business that size, the market may not be big enough for them to kind of, stay the course and address each of the individual concerns. And so I don't think that there's necessarily one thing that made it not a viable market for them. I think that overall it takes time and commitment to actually work with the regulators and check each one of these boxes. And a lot of times you're kind of guessing what they want. So as much as it's a clear framework, there's still a lot of ambiguity to it. And Ryan and I went through this process of becoming registered while I was leading Netcoins. And it's a long process. Thankless.
Brutal.
And for, I think that for a business like Binance, there could be, well, there is lower hanging fruit, and there's other markets that they can go and operate in. And, so I think that there's two parts to this. There's the regulators, maybe could have been a little more welcoming and laid things out, or just kind of laid out what they need to do. But then there's also, if Binance wanted to make it work, like we were talking earlier, they obviously have the resources and they could have committed the time to make it work. And so, I don't think it's necessarily one thing that killed Binance for Canada, but a combination of a ton of things.
Yeah, Simon, go ahead.
I agree with all of that. My little bio intro there, my 1-year foray into crypto land was at Binance. So I actually went there as a mole to try to ferret out inside information for these guys as competitors. No, that's a joke.
Got him.
Not true. But I'd boil it down to like 3 words: lack of conviction. Fundamentally, at a high level, you have a big business, the whole classic too big to fail. Here they were kind of too big to adapt quickly, I think. Mm-hmm. And it can sound like a critique, no business is perfect. I got to see the inner workings of Binance. I could give you a laundry list of the imperfections and things they need to improve and evolve and grow. But at the core, they had some really legitimate things, like big international business operating in countries all over the world under those, different frameworks and frankly a lot less stringent frameworks. You've got custody solutions, customer service solutions, infrastructure, the entire way the company's built. And then you're going to enter a small market that's like 1% of your revenue or income, and you're going to change your entire infrastructure to accommodate it. That's a fundamental challenge, right? Not picking sides. That was a structural issue we dealt with daily. Like, okay, fair enough, they've got this criteria, this bar we got to hit. Can we actually do that without messing up the 99% of the business, right? So I think there were some real world constraints. I think fundamentally lack of conviction does encompass it though, because you guys were a small business of entrepreneurs and you had conviction, and so you got to the promised land. You've got CoinSquare and others, WonderFi, registered and licensed in Canada. It can be done, like the bar is there, right? Had Binance really wanted to and stuck with it for however long it took, they would have got there for sure. So I think that, then a bunch of curveballs, changes, right? FTX meltdown right in the middle of their process. That threw a scare into the regulators and everybody else. Totally changed the tone at Binance. Real world changes in circumstance. How do you adapt? How do you, move forward? A lot of those things.
Yeah, it sounds like a time preference thing at the end of the day. If there's easier markets to make more money, and
without question,
why are we doing that, right? Why spend the effort when you don't need to? If capital flows to the easiest, doesn't seem like there's a point. Kind of with that and with all that to say, are the regulators in Canada doing us a favor? If there's companies that are wanting to come here that aren't here, right or wrong, and whatever you believe in the philosophy of that, are we better off as that nanny state as you described it, or are we better off to be like more of the jurisdictions that are, what do we call them, a little bit more laissez-faire and a little bit more or less stringent to launch what Binance is? Maybe we'll start with you, Simon, and then you can pull it back.
I think broadly the Canadian regulator can do a better job, be more nimble, be more future focused, and adapt faster, for sure. I also, I understand the other side of it though. Wanting to protect consumers, wanting to have the rule of law and really clear, stringent criteria for any industry. Crypto's just one of many. I think the industry has done itself a disservice, and by that I mean like really specific, isolated characters within the industry. And the FTX example is like front page news, obvious one, but it's really timely here. It really wasn't a crypto fraud. It was a good old-fashioned corporate fraud, but it was within the crypto space. And so you've got small, isolated bad actors that, in an emergent industry, gives a bad name for everybody, even all the good actors.
Yeah,
the regulators just get really hyper-paranoid about these sorts of things, right?
Nobody blamed the markets for Bernie Madoff's problems.
Yeah,
that was very clearly Bernie Madoff's problem.
Clearly, it was a Bernie Madoff problem, but no one said the stock market's a fraud.
Yeah, stock market's a huge fraud.
Probably is anyways, but another conversation, right? But you're right. I mean, you take these isolated events. This is a young industry, right? And any one little misstep, the whole industry gets painted badly. So I think that's a big component here.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you think? Same question. Are we better off?
I mean, I feel like Canada's produced a clear regulatory framework, if not equal rules. So like I'll use an example, like when we did the Netcoins registration, it was a requirement that I be a full-time salaried employee to complete their registration, and I had to disclose all OBAs, and they made me shut down a couple of my companies and these kind of things because they were viewed to be conflicts of interest. And my brother-in-law is a fractional CCO for like a TradFi investment shop, and he's never had to do anything like that. So I think whether we're better off or not, I think there's a little bit of an uneven bar. And I think the second thing I would say is like it doesn't matter how clear regulation is, especially in Canada and more so in the US. Surprisingly, it's harder to get a bank account in the US now than it is in Canada. But without access to infrastructure, you can run the most legal business in the world if you can't buy a pack of gum and get directors and officers insurance and get errors and omissions insurance. Who cares? Yeah. Right? Like who cares? Yeah. You can't do anything.
Yeah. Mitch, maybe in combination with answering that question, what is the process of, we talk about registration. I'm not sure if everyone understands maybe what registration is. Maybe walk us through that quickly first and then walk us down the line of whether or not we're better off.
I love that you got this.
So ultimately, the process of registration, I'm just thinking how I can sum this up. Basically, the regulators want to understand how the business operates, and they want to understand who's running the business and how you're sourcing your liquidity and how you're doing KYC and how you're storing customer information and how you're managing your hot wallets. And there's probably 10 other things, kind of functions in the business that they want to understand. Yeah, they want to understand exactly the health of the company from a financial standpoint, from a employee training standpoint, from employee background checks. So there's all these different things that kind of go into the overall health of the business. And then there's certain things that are obviously more important than others. And basically, as you want to become a restricted dealer or a regulated entity, they want to go through essentially this list of items and ensure that you've thought of each one and that you've got the proper checks and balances in place, from the way that developers submit code into your code base, to how you evaluate different partners, different service providers. And so I think that there's not the simple way to explain what the registration process looks like. And I think that that's kind of part of a challenge for a new company that comes in, where basically you need to go in, you need to obtain counsel. We brought in Ryan as our chief compliance officer, obviously. We had another gentleman named Ben Samaru who went on to be the founder of WonderFi. But he was kind of a regulatory consultant. He had worked with regulators and he had done some work with the BC Securities Commission prior to that. And so basically you establish this team along with a few lawyers and go in and talk to the regulators and say, what's the process? And as you likely noticed, they don't even really necessarily say, fit all of these or check all these boxes and we'll give you the stamp of approval. They kind of say, why don't you lift up your skirt and we'll tell you if things look all right. and as you kind of go through that process, they say, well, this doesn't quite look right. Why don't you go back and fix it? But they don't tell you, what needs to be fixed or what doesn't look right about it. And so it is a little bit of a vague process. And then back to the original question, are Canadians or are the consumers in Canada better off without Binance? I ultimately say no. And Binance isn't the only company that decided to give up on this application process. Paxos left. KuCoin, Bybit, OKX, DYKD or DY, whatever. There's probably a dozen large, established, very well managed companies that have decided not to go through this expensive, time-consuming process. And so I think that at the end of the day, the consumer actually loses in that situation, because what we end up with in Canada now is maybe 5, 6 different regulated entities.
Looks just like banking and mobility.
Exactly. And so, when you end up with a handful of companies offering a service, the consumer loses because there's not as much competition. So those remaining platforms don't need to innovate quite as quickly. They don't need to lower rates quite as quickly. They don't need to provide service as well if there was 20 companies offering these services. And so I think that at the end of the day, business is nuanced and there's not one right way to do things. There's multiple different ways to achieve security for an end user. And without transparency, obviously it's harder to see that, but a lot of these businesses have been operating for a long time. And I don't necessarily think that, the seemingly arbitrary way that the Canadian regulators have decided to check these boxes, or that these boxes needed to be checked, is the only way. And with that, there's nuances that and the way that Paxos runs their business and KuCoin runs their business that the Canadian regulators may not understand. And as we went through that process, there was actually suggestions by the regulators of infrastructure approaches that we should take in the business that we instantly knew made absolutely no sense. But you may not understand that if you're not in the business and you haven't been in the business for a long time. And I think that, it's really difficult for a regulator to sit on one side of the table and tell a business that this is the way things need to be done. And when you block out competition, the consumer suffers in the end.
I think this is all really predictable, is what I'd jump off that and say. You've got brand new technology, a brand new industry, and a bunch of regulators that don't understand it. Like at its core, that's one of the fundamental issues here. And they're going, well, we need to put rules in place to make it safe. Do this. And the experts that are like 5 or 8 years down the road that actually know what the technical solution is, are saying, no, we should do this. And the regulators go, but I don't understand you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought experiment to think about, like these regulators are here trying to protect consumers, and they have been for almost a century.
Yep.
And in the wake of that protection, it's made consumers almost incapable of distinguishing between a scam, like what's a legitimate financial product and what isn't, right? Some of the, like for those of you that have been in Bitcoin for a long time, it's very, very easy to see which token is a blatant scam, which exchange is not going to make it, what is fractional versus not, because you're hardened and because you understand what the value of sound money is, and it's part of your orange pill journey, part of the Bitcoin journey of learning to be a Bitcoiner. And when you have a regulator in between that education and the end user, we almost kind of get lazy. I mean, same reason Binance isn't here, because they're lazy, or maybe the juice isn't quite worth the squeeze. Same kind of story at the consumer level. If we're reliant on the CSA to tell us what is and isn't a good idea, then whatever the CSA is going to happen, and we're going to be exposed to monopolies and worse products as a result.
A perfect example of that, when we were going through the registration process, we were forced to delist USDT. And we needed to replace that with USDC. And USDC actually ran into more trouble than...
Sounds like an inside job.
than USDT did. USDT has been doing really well over the last few months, and USDC has had some struggles. And so there's been, there's a lot of situations like that where the regulators, with best intentions, they may not see unintended, the unintended consequences.
Yeah, and it comes back to the fiat economy. I mean, when we live in an economy, and we have for over a century, this Control Z, the money has been Control Z, undo, it doesn't matter. Make a mistake, doesn't matter. And we see the regulators responding to Bitcoin and in larger scope Bitcoin or crypto with this Control Z mindset. And you see it, like, as you guys are through a publicly traded corp, or Netcoin's through a publicly traded corp, going through registration, as us as a non-custodial business going through that publicly traded process. It's traumatizing listening to the questions that are coming up, and it's like, what? Like, no, you can't. You just can't undo the money. There's no way to take it back once it's been sent. And applying these legacy financial thought processes and regulations to this emerging market, as you mentioned, is going to be catastrophic, I think. You want to jump in?
I just want to jump off that, because I love you can't have a conversation about Bitcoin and crypto without kind of going down the world politics and what is money rabbit hole, right? So to just touch on it really quickly, we're talking about the specifics of why Binance failed, or the specifics of why it's hard to regulate a new business in an industry like this. The macro is there's a whole lot of entrenched incumbents that don't want this to happen at all, right? Yes. There's a whole world government system that runs off fiat that is threatened by this. And so I think structurally that permeates into this. And it permeated even to the specific of why is the regulatory process even set up the way it is? Why is it so hard? I asked a dumb question because I'm not the compliance guy. I was on the business development side, and looking to develop blockchain solutions for the energy industry was really my little piece of the business. And I kind of just stuck up my hand one day. I'm like, can't we just sit down with the regulators and ask them what they want?
How dare you?
And the compliance guys were like, no, that's not the way it works. And I'm like, why not?
Yeah, complete black
it's like, no, we have to tell them what we're going to do in all our systems, and then they vet it, and then they come back and they say if it's good enough or not, essentially. And I'm like, okay, but at what point do they say, it's not good enough, but you need to do these 3 prescriptive things? Like, can we sit in a room and like have a conversation about it? Well, no, that's not the way it works either. It's like just fundamentally the approach, I think, is a bit broken as well, as opposed to the specific details, you know?
Yeah, I mean, no one's, I think the common narrative is that this technology is disruptive, and disrupting, I think it is. Back to specifically in Binance, and I'm glad that we have our mole on the panel here. Were they, or maybe what were they doing that was offside by the Canadian Securities Administration, or was there anything?
Yeah, so I'm going to throw out the high-level disclaimer.
Don't worry, the cameras are off. It's all good.
Do not arrest me for saying this, no. No, the caveat I was going to say is that, you know, and this is kind of pumping the tires of the people I worked with, Lawrence and the whole team there, a lot of the most experienced folks in this space in the country, really trying to do the right thing, really being responsive to what the regulators were saying. You know, no group's perfect, but we were really working hard to meet the criteria, right? And I think, you know, your question was, where were we not meeting them, or what was the?
Yeah, like was there anything that was happening that was offside as per the CSA?
I think a big one, you know, a big hurdle we had was just even getting a bank account, and Ryan and his company were instrumental in helping us get very close, but still problematic. So access to key business services was a limit, but that wasn't really a Binance being offside thing. That was just a structural challenge in the industry. Two of the biggest ones you touched on earlier is the juice worth the squeeze, incentives. Binance makes most of their money off of futures trading, not spot. And Securities, yeah. And so the government essentially was saying, we don't like the futures trading business. There's too much risk and opacity, and we're here to protect consumers. So futures was at risk, and Binance was like, without futures, there's no business. So that was a key gap. Right. I believe with enough time and conviction, we could have solved that and got through that and gotten approval for some of those products over time. But challenge number one, just the economics of not having that in the business was super challenging. The other big one was custody, and it's still an outstanding challenge for these businesses. It's not an area I'm expert in, but fundamentally Binance laid out and had top quality custody people in the company in Canada and internationally, laid out really sound solutions, and the regulator were like, nah, we don't like those. Back to my previous point, I'm like, can you walk us through what you would like and help us work to this together? And those were the biggest issues I saw. There was a lot of other, you know, sub-issues and smaller ones, but those were big hurdles.
Yeah, securities and custody. I mean, hot topics in 2023 bear market right now. Mitch, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think that kind of covers it. I think that, you know, the ambiguity, I think, is the biggest challenge. And yeah, I don't think I've really got much to add there. Yeah.
Cool. Mr. Mueller?
I mean, the only things that I would add is like, one, like shout out to every securities commission for having sandbox solutions and for responding to queries. They're doing their best. They're trying to, you know, regulate what to them looks like a chimera or is fraught with all these fake platforms that produce trading statements that, like, we had someone approach us, they're like, I want to exit a $2.4 million USDT position, it's my margin, I put my life savings into a platform 5 years ago, and we're like, yeah, just send us a test, love, let's validate the wallet, fake USDT token, right? And it's like, bro, I've been doing this a long time. That's the first time I saw a fake USDT token, right? So I think there's, like, everything these guys are saying about there being a lot of nuance and about, like, trying to fit what is a really broad, really, I mean, if I'm seeing new things every day, there's a lot of new things in this industry into what is, like, it's a little bit easier to regulate TradFi because it always looks like TradFi. It has, especially in Canada, it has an account at one of the big five. It has insurance from Lloyd's, or it has an Intech broker on it. It has a registered UDP that is, you know, a rich dude on Bay Street that has taken 5 platforms like this across the line, where crypto is full of degens and people that haven't done that. And I mean, do you believe Mitch is a credible UDP? I do. Do you believe me as a credible CCO? I totally believe my own stink, but do regulators believe it? And all that aside, you know, accessing a bank account that fulfills the capital adequacy requirements to complete registration is a straight yes/no question. And Binance couldn't get it done for, I mean, a number of reasons that have nothing to do with Binance. They have more to do with the way money works. And accessing insurance and accessing a domestic custody solution, especially if you have internal custody, these are yes/no questions that just don't fit for businesses that say maybe, sometimes, maybe not. And there's no actual real answer to this question. There's only one bank in Canada that meets the capital adequacy requirements that will touch crypto, unless you're uber wealthy, unless you're like CoinSquare. And none of us are CoinSquare.
Yeah, so focusing in on, and I want to touch on those two things separately, on the securities and the custody that we kind of highlighted. Specifically, what is it about securities or futures trading? Why does the regulator kind of hone in on those things? Like, we've all heard people get wrecked at 100x leverage. It's like, it's not rocket science, but specifically why? And so what does the Securities Administration kind of gain, or what is it protecting us from with preventing securities and enforcing regulation through those securities? Ryan, why don't you start? Or Mitch, go ahead. You got the hot mic.
Yeah, so the consumer protection thing is something that I've struggled with a little bit throughout this whole process. And part of the reason that I struggled with it was the inconsistency of what they're trying to protect the consumer in crypto from, that they're not protecting the consumer from in traditional markets. And for example, the regulators actually proposed that if somebody was holding a spot position and they were down 50% of their position, or the price had fallen 50%, that we liquidated them back to cash. And that was something that they truly sat across the table from us and said, well, this would cap the amount of cash they can lose. They can only ever lose up to 50% of the capital they've invested. And so we kindly looked back and asked if they had any examples of where this happens anywhere else, in any other market, anywhere in the world, and there wasn't. And so I think that the intentions are pure, but in the same sentence, they've got controls or limits on different assets, or cash limits on what consumers can buy in crypto right now. And I think some of those are arbitrary, and they don't exist in capital markets. For example, I forget what the exact limit is, but I think it's something like $20,000 or $30,000 you can invest in certified, unapproved assets. Yeah. But meanwhile, you can go and you could, drop $500,000 into some fly-by-night equity on the CSE or on the TSXV, and nobody's going to say anything. And you can do that from your CIBC account through your Investor's Edge. You could go and you can take a home equity line of credit for $500,000, and you can blast that into some obscure stock. And you can lose it all just as fast. And so I think the inconsistencies in consumer protection are very obvious here. And I think it's a challenging task. And like we've all acknowledged, the crypto space does move quickly. Bitcoin moves quickly, and it's new. And I don't ultimately envy the regulators trying to protect consumers. But I think that, as most Bitcoiners have learned, that, self-protection and self-sovereignty are ultimately the best way. And that's one of the big things that we tried to do at Netcoins, and we try to do it at Bitcoin well, is consumer protection through education, rather than putting foam around all the coffee tables and doorways. I think that, educating our kids and, don't run by the pool. probably an easier way to save the consumer.
So I'm going to be devil's advocate here. In a traditional security that has an actual company behind it, as opposed to a token or a coin that isn't per se an operating business, can't an investor go and do some research, read the financial statements, look at the revenues, even if this is a small micro-cap company? Isn't there a way to go and actually look and make an educated guess on what that stock might do? Is that part of the issue here?
Well, yeah, I think a big part of the issue, and there are two different things, but I think the better question is, do people?
Oh, definitely
do
not.
They just,
no,
right,
no, that's
definitely
why I'm being
not.
devil's advocate, because definitely not. Absolutely.
No,
they're still gambling.
Exactly, they're still gambling at the crypto or penny stock casino.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the fact that those disclosures are there are positive, and because of the regulators, certainly. But the fact that they're there also does zero to consumer behavior.
Yeah.
And so I think, to Mitch's point, and I agree with you. It's like, yeah, these are two different things because one has a board and one has fiduciary duty, and you can sue one and all the rest of it. But does that actually change people's behavior, or is the fact still true that you can take out a HELOC and just FOMO into GameStop or something else? And so I think good point. What else do you think? Like, what are the issues, or are there any other issues with securities, or right now as we're seeing illegal securities listed on these platforms that we need to be aware of?
Well, I think just the foundational question of, is this thing a security, period? Or is it a commodity, and how do we regulate it, right? That's still a raging debate. I don't know what the answer is personally, but I think defining that's important.
Yeah, Mueller?
I think we might be years away from defining what is a security and what isn't, and what's a commodity and what isn't, and still the central test. I forget what the one in Canada is called. It's like the Pacific Coin Test or something, but it's really just an analog of the Howey test, and Howey was like 1912 or something, and we're using this to apply to crypto regulation as our primary test for whether or not something qualifies as a security. And that test is older than my house, and I live in a century home. So it's like, it's a horse race for which one of them's older. And surprisingly, the primary regulatory framework for crypto is older than my house. How can we say that, right? And if we look at the way that networks grow and the way that things build users, so everybody likes to talk about how fast radio had this many users, how fast internet had this many users, how fast crypto had this many users. How many people are aware of those regulations? How many people are aware that they can read a prospectus, read a financial statement? And I think as well, there's this I'm trying to think of the right word for it, but there's this kind of specter of this unintelligent, financially illiterate consumer that we have to protect, right? And this person can't read a balance sheet on a security any more than they can read it on Algorand or any of these other things. And this is the person that ostensibly we're trying to protect. Because, for example, and I know you mentioned that Binance got a lot of their business off futures. I'm sure you got a lot of it off liquidity, wholesale liquidity as well. Yep. And if I can't access it as a Canadian entity, but I have money, I can sure as shit sign up a licensed entity tomorrow, not in Canada, and still access it. So, those aren't the people we're protecting, I think.
Yeah, so moving from securities and into custody, and we've all heard, everyone I assume has heard, ownership is 9/10 of the law. Why is custody so important? And why, and first off, have the regulators rightly or wrongly kind of honed in on custody, and where are the consumer dangers from the custodial perspective? Mitch?
I think that custody is clearly a big piece. Obviously, we saw this with Quadrica, we've seen it with FTX, we've seen it with dozens of other exchanges disappearing overnight. And so I think rightfully so, it's something that the regulators need to be aware of. Where are the coins, and can we see them, and who's got control of them, and what are your recovery processes and procedures, and having that level or having some transparency there to ensure that clients' funds are safe. And that's not just on the crypto side, that's also on the fiat side, which is obviously a big challenge, which a lot of people likely don't know. But on the Canadian banking landscape, it's very hard to get a trust account. And when you hold your funds with a Bitcoin exchange or a crypto exchange, when you email in those $100 or wire in $10,000, those funds need to be held on your behalf in a licensed trust company. And Ryan alluded to this earlier. There's only one real. I think there may be two, but there's
2 banks now.
Yeah, there's 2 in Canada that'll actually that meet those
capital adequacy.
The capital adequacy requirements. I do think it's important, but I don't think that there's only one way to do it. I think that there's there's several ways to accomplish that same end goal of consumer protection and transparency. And I think by blocking out competition because they're not willing to go with one of these 3, 4 licensed custodians, I think that that's a mistake.
Simon, what do you think? Or, Ryan? Simon, go ahead.
Yeah, you go.
I think what I've observed here is some of it is reality and some of it's perception. The perception of third party. And this was an issue that came up with some of the discussions at Binance around custody and other things. It was like, we have this third party entity, but it's actually kind of owned and controlled by us. So what is third party and what is arm's length? I think it's a key part of that discussion. I could set up a subco to my current co and put a different management team in place and have it have different controls on accounts. But if at the end of the day, it's really my company. And that's a generic statement. I'm not picking on anyone specifically, but perceived third party and arm's length is something I saw discussed a lot. But yeah, there's got to be more than one solution to viable custody and trust. There's not enough competition in that space, not enough variety in the Canadian marketplace for sure right now, I think is one of the challenges we're seeing.
And just to follow on that, the process of becoming a qualified custodian in Canada is likely equally as challenging as becoming a licensed crypto exchange. And so they're kind of limiting your choices there while forcing every exchange into one of these entities as well. So I think that, yeah, they kind of feed on each other.
I'm just going to throw the final bookend on there. Like, none of us think that independent control of assets is a bad thing, right? So just as a pure control, and I'm sorry to just speak for you guys, but whatever. But like as a pure insolvency control, right? If Mitch is my guy, I'm buying crypto off Mitch, I'm storing crypto with Mitch, he has my bank details, he has whatever. While we all know Mitch is the greatest dude in the world, if Mitch decides to be a bad guy, he can debit my bank account with a pre-authorized debit agreement. He can take a runner with any crypto that's on. But if, even if it's an illusion, if Simon is custodying my Bitcoin, even if Mitch proves to be a scumbag, Simon may not be a scumbag, so I'm less likely to lose it all. So I think, listen, multi-signature wallets are the exact same damn thing. So I don't think anybody thinks that independent custody is a bad thing. I don't think anybody thinks that trust accounts are a bad thing. Like, segregated accounts have been a key insolvency control in the UK forever. And anybody that's ever seen me speak, I always say that Canada follows the UK about 5 to 7 years behind. And go figure, we're doing that with the Retail Payment Activities Act right now. I don't remember when I said it, but I think it was about 5+ years ago I said we were going to put that in.
So here it comes.
Yeah, so I mean, nobody thinks independent custody is a bad thing, but look at what just happened with Prime Trust. They were a qualified custodian and trust company for both fiat and crypto assets. They ended up filing in the BitGo acquisition a financial disclosure that had them with less in treasury than my rinky-dink operation. What is going on there?
Yeah, man, you're bringing up an excellent point, and kind of this is, I'm almost going to say, well, I'll ask the last question, then I'll answer it first because I'm the moderator, I can do whatever the hell I want. What should Canadians look for in a platform? As all of us here, Bitcoiners, looking to participate in the greatest financial asset of history, what do we need to look for? And I think what I'm hearing and based off of all that is a separation of where you buy your coins and where you store your coins. And obviously, again, like, self-custody is the best. That's how we become sovereign. That's how we know all of the controls. The only way to know 100% of where your coins are is to own your coins. And I think that goes without saying. But if you're uncomfortable or for reasons that I can't think of, you wouldn't want to hold your own coins, it should be separate. It shouldn't be Coinbase brokerage and Coinbase custody. It should just be completely separate entities. What do you think about that?
It's counterparty risk, right?
It's counterparty risk.
I've been nervous. I've signed up for multiple different crypto exchange accounts, played with them, moved money around, just as I learned and went down the rabbit hole. And every single time I'm like, do I feel safe having my money with this counterparty? I think it's a foundational question for anyone working in any banking ecosystem, including crypto, right? I think there's a bit of a tangent of this, though, is that one of the barriers to entry around own your own coins, have your own digital wallet, there's a real barrier to entry there. People, they're uneducated, they're scared, they don't understand how it works. I think of trying to teach my dad how to get a MetaMask wallet and walking him through that, and he was like,
Why would he need MetaMask?
just, why that one? Well, that was the one he had heard about and wanted to understand, right? Yeah. So we went down that route. Exactly. But foundationally, having your own digital wallet, storing that passphrase, understanding how to keep it secure, not losing it, just the physical task of doing that is a big barrier to a lot of people. Joe Public still goes, I don't know what to do here.
I'd say it's a perceived barrier because at the same time, lots of people walk around with $100,000 Rolexes on their wrists. They drive $200,000 cars. They have children that they are, entrusted to bring into the world and feed and look after. And we're sitting here saying, you can't look after 12 words on a piece of paper. Like, I think there is a barrier, but it's completely fictional and a construct of society and a construct of our fiat system, having nannied those people for the last 100 years, right? In school, when you're 7 years old. Hey, Timmy, when you get your allowance, make sure you go to the bank and ask the banker what to do with it. Oh, can I have my money? No, that's too dangerous. You can't possibly think that you're responsible enough to have that. And so I think, I totally agree with you that that exists. I just think it's a fallacy that we as a community, as Bitcoiners, need to educate our way out of and break through.
I think it's twofold too. I agree with you. I think it's just a more of a tech barrier risk. Like, it's hard to teach some people email, right? And so it's more just, how do I set this up? How do I do it? It just mystifies me. I've firsthand dealt with that with numerous people in my family. They're on board with the concept, and then they go, how do I do this?
Yeah, it's a question of, and I think it's the phrasing, right? Because when someone's learning about Bitcoin, they often don't have a lot of Bitcoin at stake. Yeah. But when you phrase it to them like, hey, don't you want your great-great-grandkids to be sovereign? Don't you want your great-great-great-great-great-grandkids, the heirs of your bloodline, to have the ability to self-custody money and to have the ability to really see what the fruits of your labor today can do in 300 years? And then the stakes become much bigger, and there's an actual time investment that has to happen, because it has to happen.
Well,
right?
Then it's risk-reward, though, and it's trust. If you think, I argue this a lot, Canadians don't fundamentally have the pain point here. Why is Bitcoin and crypto adoption skyrocketing in places like Venezuela and Turkey and places where there's hyperinflation, places where they can't trust their government? You can make that argument here too, but let's face it. Canada is a much more stable place than many, many places in the world. And where that stability is not there, where hyperinflation is there, where the fear factor and lack of trust is there, lo and behold, the alternative is accelerating in adoption. That's no accident, right?
Yeah, big time. No, I appreciate that. What about you guys? What do you think? I mean, I think the original question was, what should Canadians look for in a platform? But anything in the recent.
Yeah. I think the obvious one is ensure that you can actually withdraw your assets. Because more and more we're seeing different regulated platforms and large institutions that are launching access to Bitcoin or crypto, and you're not actually allowed to withdraw. And so I think that's a key piece, and there could be some confusion there where people just blindly trust that somebody like Fidelity actually holds the Bitcoin, and they wouldn't run a fractional reserve Bitcoin exchange. And I think that, as recently in the news, there's been all these big players talking about coming in, and even a relaunch of businesses like FTX, and I think that a lot of people could fall for those same tricks. And so I think getting over that hurdle of writing down the 12 words or figuring out how to store them. And it does seem overwhelming and it does seem complex, but I think that we've come a long way in the last 10 years. And when I first got into Bitcoin, nobody had two-factor authentication on Bitcoin wallets. It didn't exist. It just wasn't a thing. And when I first showed people that you need to download this Google Authenticator thing, or Authy, they were just like, what the hell are you talking about? And it was they were equally as mystified, and they're like, what, so these numbers, where are they coming from? And it's just like, but it's an education piece, and it happens over time. And so I think that just continuing to push self-custody, continuing to spend the time, and when you actually do sit down and go through the process, it isn't nearly as complicated as it seems. So I think that at the end of the day, that's the biggest thing.
I'm gonna jump right off Mitch's last sentence, which is it isn't nearly as complicated as it seems. So the way that I entered crypto was underwriting crypto businesses for fiat on and off ramping. So long ago that Vault of Satoshi was around. Buttercoin, Mitch was still doing his ATM. That's how we met. And I'm a super old-fashioned guy. I'm a guy that is like, oh, is the address real? What does it look like on Street View? If I call the phone number, does somebody answer? And if I ask them 3 questions, do they know what I'm talking about? If their wallet address is public, can I just have a quick boo at how many transactions are going in and out of that? Let's get their wire details. Is it some omnibus account at some loser bank, right? Or is it in their name at a bank that I know about, right? And like, I'm a simple dude. I'm always gonna be a simple dude. And that sniff test, I mean, we would get complaints all the time at Netcoins, and I'm sure all the retail exchanges are absolutely drowning in these now. Like I remember back in the day going to Coinbase, and they had like a 5-person investigation team. And they were like, bro, we're like 200 days behind in acknowledging we've even received a subpoena, let alone working it, right? And it's like, I get it, but we would get these complaints where they're like, yo, you owe me 200K, bro, because I bought Bitcoin and I transferred it here. And it's like, well, I don't think you really get how it works. And we'd be looking at these sites and they're like worse than a DOS prompt. And then the guy's going, well, I have 1.8 million of some whatever loser small market cap coin over here and everything. And it's like, I don't really know how to help you, because I don't think you even understand the internet. I don't think you know how to pick up your phone. So, I'm a keep it simple guy. Like, does the phone number work? If you cut and paste the images of the founders and Google image search them, are they from a stock photo? Yeah. Anyway, I'm a simple dude is I guess the thrust.
I like it. Go ahead, Mitch.
Just to carry on that, so a simple answer to what to look for in an exchange, I would say look for an exchange that cares about helping you understand and helping you learn. And Bitcoin, well, again, they invest heavily in education, and Adam, his personal brand, he's putting out a lot of great content right now. If you don't follow him on Instagram, go ahead and follow him.
Man.
Click follow.
Yeah. But yeah, I would look for somebody that cares about the fundamentals of Bitcoin, cares about this movement, and cares about helping you understand and becoming self-sovereign, because that's ultimately what's going to push this whole thing forward.
Awesome. So in 30 seconds or less, we'll start with Simon and then come back. You can have last word, Mr. Mules. What is one thing that everyone in the audience and watching online can take away from what we've talked about? We've talked about securities and custody and regulators and what to look for. What's one thing that you hope somebody takes away from the last hour of time?
Specific to Binance's lack of success here?
Sure.
I'm going to take this really kind of macro. There's a lot of specific details we talked about. They're all important. I mean, I think the custody one, absolutely, as we discussed. Regulatory clarity is a big one. The regulators, I think, have their hearts in the right place, but they need to move faster, both in the US, Canada, everywhere, on getting really clear on what the rules of the game are, because then applicants can follow those rules. I think really high level for a company entering a new market with a new service or a new technology, really foundational question. What's our business plan? What's our timeline? How much conviction do we have? I see some really basic business mistakes here. Are we in this for the long haul? Are we going to stick to this for 3, 4, 5 years? What's our budget? What are we getting into? You jump in half-cocked, and to be fair, maybe a critique on Binance here, you came into a new market and you left within a year and you're a multi-billion-dollar company. Little lack of foresight, fundamentally. Yeah, there was some bumps in the road. I'd say, so what? Did you not have more of a long-term game plan? So that's kind of where I'd leave it.
Mitch?
Can you repeat the question?
What's one thing you hope people listening and watching take away, other than like just your strapping good looks here?
Yeah, I think ultimately that when you see a company come and go, that it doesn't necessarily speak to whether or not that company is good or bad. And I wouldn't actually be surprised to see Binance re-enter the Canadian market within the next 2 to 3 years, as there is more clarity. And so, I think that ultimately the Canadian regulators, they've got their hands full, and it's not a simple task to regulate these complex businesses, and for the businesses trying to enter new markets, it's an equally large challenge, and so I think that we hopefully will see more clarity, and we will see a more competitive landscape in Canada over the coming years.
Mueller, take it away. 30 seconds.
So first, none of anything we've talked about, by the way, has been investment or legal advice. Everyone in this room none of us disclaimed. But I think my number one takeaway from this is just like, listen, Canada is a small market, and Canada is a market that loves monopolies in literally everything. We have like 5 major banks. We have 2 major airlines. We have 2 major telcos. Why would we expect crypto to be any different, right? So I don't have a tinfoil hat on here. All of these things are independently verifiable. So I think in at least the short term, what's going to have the most runway in Canada is like a homegrown domestic solution that has the backing of some old money, because like for the same reason you don't see challenger banks here, it's really hard to do a banking license. If you think it's hard to be a restricted market dealer, try to open a bank. Right? So, I think just the takeaway is like, you need a heavy war chest to succeed in a market where I don't know if it's worth selling Bitcoin and Litecoin to grannies in Canada.
But Granny does need Bitcoin. And with that,
we want her to have the coins, to be clear. We just don't want to sell them.
Awesome. Okay, well, thanks so much, everyone. I'll turn this back over to someone from probably from BTC Sessions. Thanks, everyone.
In just a moment, we're going to have a pitch competition, an elevator pitch competition. So I think this is something that a lot of people can benefit from because we need to orange pill more people. And I'll just go ahead and say it, we're all bad at it. So let's get better together. We're gonna have some 45-second elevator pitches for Bitcoin. And then we're gonna kind of, myself and Nico from Simply Bitcoin, we're gonna do a little bit of judging. We will judge all of the people that come up here, but also constructive criticism. Also, if you're watching this and you're in the audience, and you're like, I've got a great pitch for Bitcoin and I could probably get it down to 45 seconds. You can last minute also opt into this pitch competition. We've got about 8 people or so that are gonna come up and do their pitches, but 45 seconds of why Bitcoin and what you would do in an elevator, how you would pitch it. Yeah, we're open to that. So we're gonna get started in just a few minutes here. We're gonna gather everybody, relax for a moment, but stick around if you wanna level up your Bitcoin pitch. We'll be back in a sec.
We're missing a couple people, so if anybody here is supposed to be pitching, you should come down here. But if not, I'm going to kick it off right away here. I have been pitching Bitcoin for 13 years, so hopefully I'm not bad at it. But we shall see. So the idea is like you're stuck in an elevator with a stranger, and they don't know anything about Bitcoin, and you've got to tell them enough to turn them into a Bitcoiner before you get to the ground floor. So you got 45 seconds. The idea is to steal aggressively from everyone so that your future pitches will be better. And yeah, let's kick it off. I'll give you guys my pitch. So Bitcoin is money. And the point of money is to take the value that you create with your time and store it to use it later. And if you try to do that with dollars, as most of us do, you're going to have a very bad time because while you're doing it, the government is printing more dollars. And so the ones that you have are becoming less valuable due to becoming less scarce. And Bitcoin is better because the government cannot print more. That is it.
Clocking in at only 29 seconds, might I add. Very concise. Excellent, Dave. Thank you.
Bold move. Bold move.
Yeah. we'll see how that plays out for him, Cotton. All right. Okay, we're gonna get up pitch number 2. Becca. Give her a round of applause.
Stop. Hello. So why should you care about Bitcoin? Bitcoin's a tool that enables individuals to take back control of their money and to protect the output of their time and energy. Simply, this open source protocol provides an opportunity for you to opt out of the current fiat matrix. With the endless money printer, the money printer doesn't even have an off switch. with fiat markets waiting for some old boomer to talk about interest rates and what the economy's going to do. And the money that you're earning just constantly gets debased by, the whims of politicians and the quintillionaire class. So opt out of fiat and choose Bitcoin. And Bitcoin has better memes too, so thank you.
Awesome. Round of applause for Becca. 41 seconds, not bad.
Very well done. And I just got a comment, bright orange attire. I approve.
Yes, I agree. All right. And actually what we're going to start doing for all of the pitches, we'll get you to, as you're saying your name or your pseudonym, if you prefer, I'll start the clock, okay? So let people know who you are, and then I'll hit you.
Hi, I'm Ross. So the simple fact is that Bitcoin is the best money ever created. If you're Canadian, you might think in Canadian dollars because that's what the government said you should use. But different places have different money. If you're in Venezuela, your money is not as good as Canadian money. If you're in different countries, they can do different things with the money. In Lebanon, they doubled the money overnight, which means everyone's money was worth half of what it was the following day. So Bitcoin is a money that no one can control, that you can take control of yourself, and in fact works better in almost every way that you can possibly imagine than your current money system that you're using today. It gives you back control of your life, and you can start with $1 a day if you want, or even less. You can even get Bitcoin rewards on some prepaid cards and not even put any money out and just get paid back in the best money ever created.
Awesome. All right. Round of applause. All right.
Went a little bit over the time there.
We'll factor that into the scoring. All right.
Subtract 2 points.
Introduction, my friend.
Hi, I'm Eric. When learning Bitcoin for the first time, there's 3 things you got to keep in mind. The first is you have to completely disregard anything to do with price. No speculations, no gains, no losses, no investments. Completely remove that from your mind. The second thing is that Bitcoin affects people more directly than the ones that are in this room. There's several billion people on this planet, and 60% of them or more don't have a reliable bank. Those are the people that see the immediate benefits of what Bitcoin offers. And the third thing is that Bitcoin is the first time that the entire planet can function off of a single currency. It's never happened before, and no one can control it or manipulate it. This is a difficult concept to grasp. It's like explaining an automobile to a population that rides horses. It takes time to learn it, and that's okay.
Ooh, good timing. All right.
Very well done.
All
Good
right.
strategy, breaking it up into 3 parts.
Yes.
Very interesting.
All right, take it away.
Hi, my name's Dakota. So Bitcoin was created by an engineer whose goal was to design the perfect money. It has 5 key attributes that no other form of currency has ever been able to meet in history. It's durable, it's portable, it's divisible, it's recognizable, and it's scarce. I'd also like to point out that there's a massive difference between Bitcoin and all other cryptos. Bitcoin is digital cash that you actually have the ability to print yourself. All other cryptocurrencies are either another version of some fiat central bank currency or just a Dungeons and Dragons game that got out of hand.
And under time as well. All right. Okay.
Hello, I'm Adam. I've also been pitching Bitcoin for about a decade, but I've never done a Bitcoin poem. And so this is my first Bitcoin poem. Money backed by energy, a threat to the fiat legacy. We are in control, the people rumble, and centralized systems tumble. Borders blurred and barriers broken, financial sovereignty awoken. Don't trust, verify, together we flock. The central bank can suck my keys. The unbanked find their way, P2P transactions save the day. Corruption no more, truth is revealed. The impact of sound money truly unsealed. Where can I get some? I need a safe place. These platforms claim security. My coins are encased. Since you asked, don't worry, I'll tell. The obvious answer is Bitcoin well. Economic hope it brings with a capped supply, its power sings. A world transformed where slavery dies. A world transformed where freedom thrives. This is Bitcoin. Thank you.
43 seconds. Nice. All right. Who we got next? Come on. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Okay. Bitcoin is a digital asset that's decentralized. It means it's not controlled by a centralized authority or government such as the banks. The technology is blockchain, which is more transparent and secure than any other system we have today. All you need to get started is an internet connection, not even a bank account. Bitcoin is the best performing asset in the history of mankind. It made it to $1 trillion market cap faster than Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, just to name a few. I came to realize banks are a Ponzi scheme. If everyone tried to withdraw their money from a bank right now, including the bank that you're in, you would have a risk of not getting your money back. That's scary. So I'd rather have an asset that no one can take from me and something that has a supply cap that cannot be artificially inflated at will, just like the Federal Reserve does with the money in your pocket. That's Bitcoin.
Awesome.
Perfect.
All right. Come on up.
A lot of great pitches there, guys, but I had the opportunity to talk to a real pro who has a different perspective and is outside the space. So he sent me a note. I'm going to just play it right now.
Oh, I think I may be at the wrong pitch. At any rate, my name is Colin Sullivan, and I'm with the Bank of Canada. We have an amazing new product, the CBDC, or Central Bank Digital Currency, which will allow us to have oversight over the finances of all Canadians, ensuring social good and environmental stewardship. We will enforce climate action directly by levying fines to those who, for example, drive, fly, or travel too much, consume more meat than is recommended, or heat their homes to unnecessarily warm temperatures. The CBDC will also reduce political disruptions by geolocking funds within an adjustable radius in accordance to risk factors drawn from social media activity. A safe and equitable future is within reach. Can Bitcoin promise the same? Thank you.
Thank you.
Where do I get myself some of that?
Pretty sure that was misinformation.
Well, that one's a hard one to follow, but I think I can do justice. So we're moving progressively into a technology-based society. It's no longer a question of fiat versus digital currency. It's a question of freedom and responsibility, or subjugation and passivity. Transactions are moving online, no matter what you say. Which will you choose? The ability to control who, what, where, and when you transact, and a global market of your peers who dictate the value of the currency that you transact on? Or do you allow a government and corporations to control and dictate how you spend your money, who you can interact with, and the value of that currency? For me, there is no choice. Freedom will always be the choice. And what you do not choose now, that is the choice that you make, so get educated.
Awesome. All right. So we've gone through our pitches, unless there's any last minute entrants. Is there a last minute? Yeah, all right, do it. Let's do it. Nice. I love that. Woo! You might get extra points just for the balls of standing up in the middle of that. All right, let's go.
All right, so you want me to pitch you Bitcoin? No. Why am I going to pitch you Bitcoin? If you have a serious question, I might answer it. You know about Bitcoin now. It's been around for over a decade. And so if you're a serious person, you'll figure it out regardless of what I tell you. But you're probably not a serious person, and that's okay. And you're the sort of person I want to not have Bitcoin. So part of the world healing will be that you're welcome to have fun staying poor. Have a nice day.
All right. Fantastic. The back of my head, I'm like, fuck you, I am going to get Bitcoin. Don't tell me what to do. Okay, so I think what we're going to do now is we're going to kind of chat through the pitches that we heard, okay? And so we're going to start with Dave's pitch here. Dave, do you want to come stand at the podium so we could talk about you behind your back? All right. So I don't know. Maybe I'll ask. And for those that are in the audience, Dave, can you give just a quick refresher of the bullet points that you covered, just so people in the audience can.
Yeah, I would say Bitcoin is money, and dollars are not good money because the government keeps printing more, and Bitcoin is better because the government cannot print more.
Okay. So what I honed in on this one in terms of content was referring to money directly correlating with your time and focusing in on that. And I think that's an item that a lot of people tend not to correlate. Like you've decided to trade in a certain amount of your scarce time in exchange for an asset that doesn't retain the value under which you actually exchanged your time for. So it degrades versus your time is absolutely finite. So that's what I liked about it. Nico, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so it was a 30-second pitch, and I think you summarized it perfectly, right? Bitcoin is better money. And why is it better money? Well, no one else can just print it out of thin air, right? That's what really resonated with me. And clearly you've been doing this for quite a while, 13 years. So 13 years of pitching people Bitcoin has led you to this moment where you said, look, it's better money, get on the train, I don't have time to convince you.
Yeah, it has been a while, and I've got it down as short as possible, but I wanted to comment on everyone else's pitches. I thought the best ones were actually ones that would be really weird to do in an elevator. Be like, yeah, man, but why are you playing me this call from the Bank of Canada?
I enjoy it. Awesome. Okay, so, and actually just audience consensus based on volume of clapping, how would you rate Dave's pitch? All right. Okay. Up next, we're going to talk about Becca behind her back. Do you want to come up and maybe just, again, as a reminder to the audience, just give people the Cliff's Notes of your already 45-second
Bitcoin or slavery.
Yes. Awesome.
As per Nico.
It's over.
Okay, so all of the points that you hit on talking about fiat currencies and the ability to debase things and the Cantillon effect, all of those things super valid and are important. The part I worry about is the language that people won't understand certain words. Yeah. So like Cantillon, how many people know what Cantillon means? This is a room of Bitcoiners. We got about half. Okay. So language is key, but all of the points that you hit on are all the important ones about Bitcoin. So that was my takeaway. Nico, what do you think?
First of all, bright orange dress.
I know. Okay, never mind. I take back any of my.
Number two, it was the delivery. It's not only the information that you conveyed; it's the delivery. It's the way that you conveyed it, right? I like the charisma, the emotion that was in the delivery, and the fact that you said take back control of your energy. And I think that's really what Bitcoin is. Even though I do agree with Ben, like there is some terminology, like for example, the fiat matrix that us in the Bitcoin matrix, so to speak, understand what that means, right? But an average everyday normie, he might be in the elevator and he might be pressing the open the door buttons.
I mean, you didn't tell him to suck your keys.
So yeah, I liked it.
Let's get a round of applause. All right. Okay. I didn't write names as we had these come up, so who was the third pitch? There we go. Okay. Can you reiterate the finer points of your pitch that you had?
Yeah, so my pitch was focused on the different currencies of different countries and how they are of varying effectiveness. The example of Venezuela, Lebanon, and how Bitcoin's the best money and that you can get started on $1 a day and it's superior in nearly every way compared to any governmental currency that's completely controlled by said government.
What did you hone in on this one?
Yeah, so this obviously this really resonates with me. I'm originally from Venezuela, so we in the West have financial privilege. Our buddy Alex Gladstein wrote a great book. we have fiat currencies that are relatively stable, and the inflation rate isn't so high that it's noticeable for the for everybody that the money's stealing from you, right? But that isn't the case in Venezuela. That isn't the case in Turkey. That isn't the case in Argentina. Bitcoin is for them. And I think that is a very, very effective pitch because that convinces someone very, very quickly. It's like, okay, you might have stable currency, but the vast majority of the world does not have that privilege.
Yeah, I also kind of liked what you're getting at here was you appealed to the common knowledge or the lack of common knowledge that somebody may have. Like you said, oh, you may be used to the Canadian dollar, but did you know that other currencies in the globe are nowhere near, and like we already are struggling with inflation here, but did you know that other currencies in the world are struggling far worse? And that's the vast majority of them. We're in kind of the top percentile of performing currencies in the world comparatively. So I like that you kind of broke it down in that sense of here's what you know, but here's what you don't know. And this is the stuff you don't know is why Bitcoin's important. So I like that. Round of applause. Okay, awesome, awesome. All right, who was the fourth pitch that came up next? Here, you're right, Eric, okay. Here's what I liked that you said off the top. Ignore the price. I think everybody gets into Bitcoin, or not everybody, but a lot of people, especially in the West, they're gonna see it and the first thing they're looking at is the price. And obviously that's going to happen, you know, number go up is a pretty sweet drug. But at the same time, if you start with that, if you lead with that and say things like, the least interesting part of Bitcoin is the price. There's all of these other things that it's important for, and if you can step back from that, if you frame it that way, then sure, they're still going to be paying attention to the price, but they'll always have that nagging voice in the back of their head. Oh, when I first heard about this, that guy said that I shouldn't make that the focal point. So I really liked that, and kind of the global appeal and the idea of financial privilege that you intertwined with it. Nico, what did you think?
I thought it was absolutely atrocious, and he should sell his Bitcoin and work in banking. No, I'm just totally kidding. No, in all seriousness, I love how you broke it down into 3 parts, right? First part was disregard the price. Second part was Bitcoin affects people directly. And the third part, which is the one that, again, really resonated with me, it's the entire planet can use this money, right? So it doesn't matter where you happen to be born in, you know, what your creed, what your religion, what your race is, you know, you can download a Bitcoin wallet and all of a sudden you have the ability to transact with the, you know, global economy, right? So that's, you know, I love the fact that you broke it down into 3 simple bits, and I think he did it in like 43 seconds. So very bold. I like that.
Awesome. Round of applause, everybody. All right. Let's get our pitch number 6. That's right. Okay, so, oh, sorry, 5. Yes, okay, sorry, pitch number 5. Okay, can you reiterate your pitch one more time so the audience can remember?
Yeah, so basically the idea that Bitcoin was engineered or designed to be a perfect money, that all other forms of money are either Ponzi schemes or, you know, designed by geeks in their mother's basement.
Nice. So I like that you took kind of the qualities of money and broke those down. In a perfect world where you had more than 45 seconds, it'd be cool to contrast the performance of those qualities versus fiat currencies. Obviously, you don't have time to do that in such a short period of time. I also like that you differentiated between Bitcoin and everything else and said like, hey, there's a lot of distractions out there. You should hone in on kind of the initial creation and why it has such staying power and why the old trope of like, MySpace to Facebook to the next thing isn't necessarily true here. I like that you honed in on that.
Yeah, and to add to Ben's point, right, you also used a similar tactic to pitch number 4. You broke it down to 5 attributes. So the ones that I was able to write down were durable, portable, divisible, scarce, or the other two?
Recognizable and divisible.
And I love that, right? People.
Those aren't mine. Those are Breedlove's, by the way.
Hey, look, man, this is open source, right? So yeah, and that's very effective, right? Yeah. Again, it sticks in people's heads. Those words, those are very powerful words, and and that kind of leads them down the path. I don't think I would be peer pressured to want to press the open button on the elevator. I think I would stick it through.
Good to know. Awesome. Round of applause. Pitch number 6, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Adam, can you reiterate what your pitch was? Maybe without reciting
Just
the
say it
entire
again,
thing.
or
Yeah. Can somebody lay a beat this time, perhaps?
A poem about Bitcoin. Central bank can suck my keys, and Bitcoin freedom thrives.
Awesome. Okay, so first of all, if I got in an elevator with you and you started doing a slam poem, I might be concerned, but I appreciate
But you wouldn't
the
be
effort.
able to leave.
That's true. I would have heard the entire thing by the time I got a ding. Yeah. I love that you managed to cram in all of those points, plus tell somebody to suck your keys, plus give a pitch for your business, all in 45 seconds.
Thank you.
That was expertly done. And the rhymes actually were not too bad. I think you might have some flow there, my friend.
Speaking of flow, I just need to know, how do I get a haircut like this?
This is an accident. I don't know what happened. I don't know this guy, actually.
I started making content and out of nowhere, my hair just started doing this. I don't know what happened.
I thoroughly enjoy that there's people in the room that have no idea why this is on stage right now, and I'm not going to tell you. Awesome. Any thoughts on the poem further?
Welcome to pitch reviews in between 2 tips. Anyways, question number 1: did you use ChatGPT?
My assistant,
a
Jack
pause.
Gupt, and I were aligned while I was driving on the way to the conference here. Yeah.
I thought so. Okay, so to add to Ben's point, if you did that to me in an elevator, I would be like, what the fuck is going on? But in all seriousness, like music, poetry is a form of communication that just in regular conversation, it can't convey that type of emotion, right? So it's very, very powerful, right? And there's a reason that people memorize their favorite rap songs or memorize their favorite poetry, and for one reason, for some reason or the other, it just really sticks with them, right? There's this very famous poem that I love, which is like, fight against the dying of the light. Don't go gently into that good night. And I don't know what it is about that poem, but it resonates with me, right? And I think that's why, your pitch was so effective, because it was an alternative form of communication.
I think Adam's pitch would be best done in an elevator still, but playing in the elevator, maybe with Jay-Z rapping it. That might be a better approach. Subliminal, it could be like subliminal messaging, perhaps. Maybe not rapping at somebody.
We probably have a recording. We can make lobby music for the rest of the conference.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a possibility. Awesome.
However, there is disqualification for ChatGPT.
Let's give ChatGPT a round of applause. Okay. Pitch number 8. I believe that was a special. Yes. Yeah, I think so. Right. Okay. Yes. 7. This is 7? Yes, it is. Okay. All right. So, do you want to go first, or should I? You go first.
Okay.
Look, I'm supposed to talk about the points that I went over.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. Throw out your points really quick, and then we'll discuss.
Sure. I basically just talked about the how fast Bitcoin accelerated with being globally adopted, the market cap. That was a big point that I don't think enough people talk about. In general, I just mean in general, there's that. And I talked about the difference, why it's better than the bank, how evil the banks kind of are in about one sentence. And Yeah, I talked about it. Yeah, a few things, yeah, like that. So.
So price sells, and I think realistically, when you say like, oh, is the fastest asset to reach $1 trillion asset class, let's be real, ears perk up. And so sometimes that is a mechanism for people to go, oh, wow. And then you can segue into also banks are giant Ponzi schemes. You can get there through those means if that's going to be your tactic. I'm going to be real, like that sells, that gets attention. So again, like you kind of dove into like decentralization and the security. I think it would be good to, when you say like blockchain is like the most secure and everything, it's good to specify the Bitcoin blockchain is the most secure, and there's a reason for that, right? Like the hashing power behind that. It's not just like blockchain is the golden, a silver bullet. It's the coalescing of all of these different attributes of Bitcoin. But obviously, you can't cram that into 45 seconds. I get that. Exactly. But I like that you touched on some of the attributes that are important about Bitcoin. You got attention with this thing is growing and becoming more and more important at a breakneck speed, and that the existing system is a giant Ponzi scheme. So, yeah.
Yeah, and to add to Ben's point, right? If you got in an elevator with a random person and you basically started off the conversation with Bitcoin is the best performing asset the mankind has ever seen, like 99% of people are gonna be like, that is very interesting, right? Exactly. As much as we all ideologically are fans of Bitcoin, and we talk about all the characteristics and all that stuff, at the end of the day, NGU technology is like the biggest converter. So I think that was a very, very strong point to kind of emphasize, and because that honestly, like that's what's going to convince most normies, right? That's what it's about. Right? You come for the money, you stay for the revolution.
Just don't give that pitch when we're at an all-time high, because your friends are going to hate you for like 3 years.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's give a round of applause. All right. Number 8. Who is number 8? That was the special phone call, I think, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. All right. Can you reiterate what that very important person on the phone said?
So fortunate of us to hear from an esteemed member of one of our trusted institutions like that. Now, I've pitched hundreds of people in real life, but I won't pitch anyone who can't answer the question, what is money? And understanding what's wrong with money is, I think, the key selling feature to understanding what's right with Bitcoin. Because you have no frame of reference, you can't really tell what's great or different about Bitcoin.
I loved the... I did love the clip there. You're right, you're giving that frame of reference of what is the system that I exist in right now? Those don't sound like great qualities that I want. And so I think the tactic of, people need to understand the system that they're in, at least partially, before diving into Bitcoin, especially for the reasons that a lot of us value. You need that prerequisite knowledge to really get why it's necessary and why we're at the place we are. So that's what I appreciate about it.
Yeah. If you're in an elevator and you pretended like you were just on the phone call, and
that seems perfectly normal,
and that was playing, I think by the end of that ride, a person would be like, I should probably buy some fucking Bitcoin. Yeah, look, central bankers kind of do the job for us. Continue with the clown world. Jerome Powell trying to explain 2% inflation, or Christine Lagarde blaming inflation on the weather.
Or Beyonce. The Beyonce one you didn't really get into earlier, but that's hilarious.
Beyonce, Taylor Swift was one as well, right? So it's like, just let them do them. This esteemed Canadian central banker did a great job. Yeah.
As broken as fiat is, this CBDC they're trying to pitch right now is like horrifying.
Yes.
And that needs to be understood because they're not joking. I mean, you can go on the Bank of Canada's Twitter. They're talking about it as much as they can get away with. And it's scary if you don't have an alternative.
Yeah. I think to kind of fully encapsulate this one, what you've effectively said is that all of our pitches are obsolete because our central banks are going to pitch Bitcoin for us. Is my takeaway. So
I like that. Well done.
yeah, let's give a round of applause for the central banks. All right, pitch number 9. Oh, 8. No, that was 9.
No, yeah.
9 now. Yep.
Yeah, that's me.
We're good. All good. Okay, Lanny, can you reiterate some of the finer points? You might need to pull the mic down a little bit closer to you because
Can you hear me?
height.
Yeah, I'm a little girl. It's okay. Well, I didn't really finish strong, so I'll finish strong now, which is basically you have to make a choice or the choice will be made for you. It's coming no matter what. So that's kind of the main theme.
I agree. All right, Nico, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, she basically said my motto: Bitcoin or slavery, right? You know, I think she broke it down perfectly. Like whether people like it or not, we're a tech-based society. They're trying to get rid of cash. You know, everything's going to be online, and it's a little bit obfuscated right now in this transitionary period. But you're going to have to pick between a central bank digital currency future or a Bitcoin future, and those are the two choices ahead of you. And make no mistake, they're full steam. You know what pitch number 7 said. They're gonna, or number 8, they're gonna push this down our throats, like whether we like it or not. So you're gonna have to choose. Is it Bitcoin or is it slavery?
I also liked that you intrinsically tied together both freedom and responsibility, because you can't get one without the other. You know, freedom is fantastic, but with it comes the responsibility of taking care of oneself, one's family, one's assets, every aspect of your life, and you can't tear those two apart. If you don't want the responsibility, that means you have control over you by somebody else who did take the responsibility. So I liked that dichotomy. It was kind of a theme throughout the pitch. So that was my main takeaway. And yeah, round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, pitch number 10. Is he still in the room? Oh yeah, there we go. Sorry, the lights were in my face. I couldn't see you. Okay, can you give a quick reiteration of why you told us not to buy Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I'm Michael, and I'm happy to converse with the curious, not so interested these days in arguing with the arrogant, and Bitcoin gives you the freedom to say no. I prefer software and hardware as the conduits for the natural economic forces to just permeate throughout the world over marketing.
Awesome. So the one thing that I find funny is there's a part of me and there's a part of a lot of Bitcoiners where in the back of your mind, you're kind of like, I want more time to be able to stack more sats. And, you know, you've dealt with it, we've all dealt with it, where there's people that can be quite stubborn in and around a lot of these topics, to the point where either they won't look at the facts of the situation, or when you try to present them, they're very dismissive, and no, you're going to boil the oceans, and it's a Ponzi scheme, and it's like, you know, the usual tropes that you hear. And one of the most brilliantly malicious things I've seen online was, I think it was Bitcoin Tina, replying to somebody that hated Bitcoin, and he replied and said, very simply, you will buy Bitcoin at a much higher price. And what that does is it financially ruins that person, because they will stubbornly hang on to the idea that, no, I will not. And the price then goes up a lot, and they think, no, I'm not going to buy it now. Of course not, because that dickhead told me I would buy it at a higher price. No way I'm going to do that. And it's going to go up. And until that person gets humble, then they will buy Bitcoin at the price they deserve. So your pitch, while not being a pitch, it kind of maliciously allows you to stack more sats, and for that I appreciate it.
Nassim Taleb,
Yes.
Peter Schiff, just to name a few. Look, man, I think you said the most powerful phrase. I think that gets under anyone's skin, which is, buy Bitcoin or have fun staying poor. I've been doing this for quite a bit, and you get to a point where if someone doesn't believe it, you just I don't know how to, Satoshi's quote said it best. I don't have the time to convince you. It's like, look, you either jump on the train or you're going to end up jumping on the train a little bit later and you're going to have less sats for it, So buy Bitcoin or have fun staying poor.
Awesome. All right, let's give a round of applause. Myself and Nico are going to momentarily converse without microphones pointed towards our faces, and we're going to come perhaps to a bit of a consensus as to what we think. So give us 1 minute here. We'll converse with our backs to the audience.
Bro, I don't know what we're going to do. They're all terrible.
Oh, I don't know. It's just so bad. Just is there anything to salvage here? I don't know.
Maybe we just tell them a random number.
You go do a pitch. We'll say it's a last-minute entry. No, we're legit going to decide now. Okay.
Do I get it? Do I get a cold card?
We've come to consensus. We hope the audience will appreciate our irreversible decision. So I'm going to say that part of the reason for me for this choice was and there were two pitches that were quite original that we just brought up. We had to settle on one, and we ended up settling on the originality for me of the phone call from the central bank. And the reason we settled on that, come on down, maybe join us for a minute at the podium one more time. So for me, the reason that one stood out is one, the originality. You can sit in the chair. I'll pass you Mike in a second. We'll do a quick roundup and then we'll move on. But for me, I like that one because of one, the originality of basically pointing out how ridiculous the system we're in is and giving that context. And then with that, understanding Bitcoin is a lot easier. But also just the way it's presented, again, central banks are going to pitch it for us. We don't really need, depending on how long we let this go on, the pitches will happen, but the originality of that context, I think, was very interesting. So I thought that was great. Nico?
Yeah. To add to Ben's point, right? If these people didn't say and speak their minds, I think we would have a much harder job. In fact, I would even go on to say, if these people didn't shit the bed as catastrophically as they have, I don't think Bitcoin would exist. I don't think Satoshi would have been incentivized to create something like Bitcoin. So yeah, I truly believe, I think the number one orange pillars are people like Jerome Powell, people like Janet Yellen, and our friend, this Canadian central banker.
Yeah. I'm going to toss it to you if you have any final thoughts regarding your pitch, and also let people know that if they haven't seen you around yet, who you are and what you do.
Sure, yeah. Hi, I'm Colin Sullivan. I'm the CEO of Mint Green. We're a clean tech Bitcoin mining company focused on heat recovery for district energy systems, which is basically municipal level heating. To what you guys said there, I think the biggest enemy to Bitcoin is sound monetary policy. And whenever, during the mass QE during COVID, if you asked me before then how long it would take for Bitcoin to maybe become a global reserve currency, I would have said 30 years. Now I don't even know if most fiat's going to make it out the decade. Like, I don't want to be alarmist to the noobs here, but there is a bit of a debt spiral going on right now. And exacerbating that by raising rates is also increasing the debt, and they also have to print money to back that up. It gets a little bit ugly. But Bitcoin itself is very easy to understand. Like Satoshi's white paper is what, like 18, 21 pages. You don't even have to read the math. If you read like the actual word section of it, it's pretty easy to understand. What's complicated is where Bitcoin interfaces with the rest of the world, and understanding the alternatives to that are also quite linear, although there's a lot of hand-wavy stuff to make it seem like it's extremely complicated. It's really not that complicated to see that it's either broken or the next sort of iteration is about behavior modification more than it is about a neutral currency. And that's not really where money should be, and I think is quite scary. So, thank you.
Let's give Colin a round of applause. And that rounds out our pitch competition. So again, a big round of applause for all of the other pitchers that came up. And we're going to be moving on here. I'm going to jump up. Thanks, Nico, for co-hosting that with me. And we're going to pretty much, and sorry, there's two. I'm going to pass this to you. I'll use the podium. Check, check. Okay, good. This one's working. All right. So I'm going to kind of segue us right into the next section, or at least kind of cue us up. And I'm looking forward to this one because both Dave and Eric are excellent, and they always have great conversations. So I see Dave here. Is Eric already here? Is he? Oh yeah, he's backstage. Okay, cool. All right, I'll get them to take their seats and get in, and I'm going to introduce them and what this panel is. So this is a panel, or a fireside chat, I suppose, on how fiat ruined art. And your two speakers, Dave Bradley, he is widely known as the strongest and best-looking Bitcoin entrepreneur in Canada. It's on the internet. It's true. So you can check his website, bitcoinbrains.com, and it definitely attests to that. Also, he actually has on his website, and I'm not even kidding, he has a quote from Danielle Smith saying, "Dave is very handsome." So that is forever. Also, Madex is, again, the bio just here. Madex, the artist. But honestly, dude is awesome. It creates incredible pieces of artwork and is just going to leave a legacy of incredible creations behind him. So I'm going to welcome up Dave and Eric to discuss how fiat ruined art. Give them a round of applause.
You can
Thank
clap
you.
now.
Keep making a habit lately of going on panels completely sober, and it's a stupid idea. But I think it'll still be okay. So yeah, we're talking about fiat and how it has affected art. And why I think this conversation is important is because fiat money has really infected every single element of our culture. And it has really debased our culture in the same way that it's debased our money. And that is extremely evident in the world of modern art and also in architecture. You see exhibits where somebody tapes a banana to a wall, and that's somehow art. And so yeah, we want to dig into that a little bit and talk about what drives the creation of quality art and what that actually means. And so yeah, we'll get started. Like, Madex has a tremendous amount of stuff to say about art
generally speaking. Let's just start it off.
Yeah, everybody loves the banana taped to the wall thing. That's the meme of, I guess, modern art right now, and I think it's a pretty good one. But there is far worse material out there that gathers wide attention. One of my particular favorite examples is a artist dug a hole in the center of an art gallery in New York City with jackhammers and shovels, and dug into the ground and just made a huge mess. And then they sold the act of digging the hole at an auction for around $400,000. And then the man who purchased the $400,000 act of digging a hole, part of the deal was he had a giant mansion in Bel Air, and the artist came to his private home and jackhammered a giant hole through the entranceway floor. This feature was added to the $400,000 cost, and because of course it went over budget, they didn't really know what kind of tools they would need to get through the solid marble they had to smash. And we had another recent one I saw was buckets of sand tipping over, which I think is quite remarkable. This act was also sold. The whole market is completely out of control. And why? Well, because there is a scarcity due to the fiat system of talented creators and people who have real ability to make magnificent things. And there is a demand because of who we are and what we are as human beings for beautiful work and for beautiful creations. So the supply is short, and there's a lot of money that is hungry for it. And so what we have to do is just invent, and we have to sell art with paragraphs and paragraphs of garbage to feed the demand.
Yeah, so you mentioned the scarcity of art, and one of the common uses that we see for art is actually as a store of value. That's been for a long time something that the wealthy use to essentially escape inflation, because art will appreciate at a pretty consistent rate over time. How much of that do you think is driven, that scarcity, that demand for high quality works of art, how much of that do you think is driven, much like the NFT space, by just money laundering?
All of it. 95%. I mean, what happens is how does money laundering work? You have the laundromat where people go to wash clothes. So there's the small amount of people that go to wash clothes and use the laundromat, and then there's everyone else who uses it for its actual purpose. And that's the entire art market as it is. That's the primary business of Christie's, of Sotheby's, of Gagosian, of all these major mega galleries. They are just moving capital around. And I mean, it comes entirely from just the fiat melting away and not being able to have not being able to exchange value in a reliable way, and so you have to find other means of doing so, and art is a very convenient one because the cost is very low. So for the banana taped to the wall, or in a lot of cases we have canvas with just paint splattered all over them, the cost to make that is very low, and all you need is an autobiography written about the artist pumped to a couple elite circles, and you can effectively inflate the price. Also, the galleries will trade artwork between each other, much the same way that we saw in the whole NFT world. There's just a lot of fake sales that happen to inflate the value of art, the perceived value. So it's an advanced racket, but what's at the core of it is a product, and we need more crap product to make this machine work, because we're trying to run the same game on a marble statue that took 50 years to carve. There's just too much time and capital invested to create that, so it's not an effective vehicle to be moving that money around.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a little bit about the concept of objective beauty. And if people from Europe go to Japan, they want to see the old buildings. And when people from Japan go to Europe, they want to see the old buildings. And nobody really wants to travel to see the buildings that they build now, because most of the buildings they build now look like shit.
Toronto.
Yeah, they look like Toronto. And do you think that's something that Bitcoin can help us get back to? Is this like market forces applied to find those concepts of objective beauty?
Yeah, so as many of us in the room know, Bitcoin makes you conscious of the future. It makes you think into the future. So the great example that is obvious is the cathedrals. The men who began construction on these cathedrals knew they would not be completed for thousands of years. I believe Notre Dame, the official record is 900 years that it took to make, so that's generation over generation over generation. And the people who created this had a long-term vision. Fiat eradicates the long-term vision for everything, and it is so effective at destroying long-term vision that it has people destroying their own families, which are right at the front line. So if you can't even keep your family together, you're not looking into the future thinking about what can exist. So Bitcoin, as we know, changes the incentives completely, because your incentive is to hold on to the money today, because every purchasing decision you make is opportunity cost on gains in Bitcoin in the future. So everybody becomes a lot tighter with their capital, and a lot less willing to fund really anything, because whatever is willed to exist has to be so good that we as Bitcoiners are willing to sacrifice the future gain of Bitcoin in order for that product or that monument or piece of art or whatever it is to exist. So just from the change in incentives that Bitcoin provides, we absolutely, even now we can see it. Like I say with my work that like if I'm gonna sit there and ask Bitcoiners to give me Bitcoin, I better have something worth that Bitcoin. Like Bitcoiners are the hardest people on earth to sell, so just naturally right away there, you have to put the time and energy into creating something of value. And I think it all just comes down to the amount of time you're willing to put into a product. We all know how cutting corners can change the outcome of anything, and the same applies to art. And yeah, although currently, because fiat has cheapened everything, the entire space and community, and because of what we see from the auction houses and all this crap creation that's out there, the entire industry has lost its respect. And I think Bitcoin will help artists regain sort of their role as the designers of civilization and the aesthetics of civilization. I think what fiat has done has kind of just made all the useless people, because the cost of entry appears so low from all the just white canvases selling, that a lot of people who are just not good at anything else decide to become artists and then try to peddle their work. And the stage of mastering a trade and mastering a skill is completely overlooked.
Yeah, so we mentioned just a little bit about NFTs here. I would say that NFTs are really an attempt to quantify that like extra subjective layer of beauty or value that art potentially has. And I think that like all this stuff that you're describing with the, the hole that was dug and the line on the page, the blank canvas, all of that is taking advantage of that concept. Art is always going to be worth a different amount to different people, and that there is a concept underlying it all, I think, that we've discussed that I would call objective beauty. But then on top of that is each person's subjective interpretation of that. And I think that subjective side has just kind of like taken over the whole conversation. So how do you think, like, do you agree, does that apply to NFTs? Is that what we're seeing?
I mean, what we're seeing with NFTs is the same community that built ICOs and built the whole infrastructure of cryptocurrency scamming that we're all well aware of, moving from taking advantage of giant corporations to include blockchain technology in their stacks. And instead of targeting corporations, unfortunately targeting artists and creators who are completely naive 99% of the time to the technology side of it and to really anything. I mean, most artists are just lost and tortured souls, and they're not really paying attention to what's going on with updates in programming. So I think what happened is just the actors who were successful with ICO scams needed a new mark, and artists were just the easiest one. And the pitch was, hey, be a part of something that's the future. And then scammers were able to piggyback off of established art brands and established creator brands to produce, market, and sell garbage to naive speculators and investors.
Yeah, and I think one way that the NFT community fails is this idea that you can somehow create a link between a digital piece of art and a digital signature. And I think it'd be great, like, can you talk a little bit about like I think we were originally calling them PNFTs, but now the laser boards?
Yeah, I was calling them that, and then people thought I was making NFTs.
Yeah.
I got my banking canceled, which was great, so I had to go through that experience. But I mean, the digital signature is an interesting idea because it's like any kind of verification and authenticity that can go into a product that is easily replicatable is important. But I think with NFTs just really kind of took that opening, that desire that artists have and the desire that buyers of art have to ensure that the work is authenticated and just kind of preyed on that. I mean, the issue always comes down to how is the signature attached to the physical piece. And then I think that's why it obviously jumped to JPEGs, because now the JPEGs are digital. We can attach the signature to the digital work, but it's just you're still you can just copy and save it. Like there's no logic to it really at all, other than people who are just naive and kind of buying the story of that we're moving to the future, and that kind of believe all. I mean, most of these things are built on crypto platforms that are already complete and obvious, well-known scams. And then this is just the second layer on that. So,
yeah, I think that makes sense. I think part of the issue with the NFT space in general is that they've really. Sorry, just one sec. I'm going to skip that question. So let's talk about the Renaissance again, I guess. That
yeah, we don't want to give NFT people too much praise. On the technological side, they're scammers, and on the artistry side, they're naive.
Yeah, so I think talking about all the creation of these old buildings and all this old art that people always want to see, we've got this situation now where we've got some Bitcoiners that have started to accumulate some wealth, and I see some parallels to sort of the Renaissance times where you had these wealthy patrons like the Medicis or whoever else was out there funding and sort of facilitating the creation of great works of art with a long-term time horizon in mind. Do you think we're going to see that now? Do you think we are seeing that now?
Yeah, I think we're starting to, but on a very small scale. There isn't like a 900-year time horizon yet. But I think that's just because Bitcoin is obviously very young. We're all very, very early here. I mean, everyone who's gotten into the space knows the I could have bought when stories, and one day, 10 years from now, we're going to be hearing the I could have bought today stories. So this is a very, very young, anyone who's coming into this currently is still primarily focused on the opportunity gains in Bitcoin. But certainly I'm seeing, and I've been in contact with, I guess, what you'd call whales that want to see certain projects come together. But now we have sort of a labor shortage and a idea shortage, a great idea shortage, because we we're all coming out of this fiat world where everything is just so cheap and everything is single use. Even things that are supposed to not be, like the blender you buy. It's pretty much a single use blender. You might get to spin it like 30 or 40 times, but then it's done, versus some of the hardware and other technology that was created 25, 30, 50 years ago that still works perfectly. So what I'm expecting is more artists and like what my primary goal with in MadeX is that people see that there is a market for Bitcoin art, and that artists who are not Bitcoiners see that they have a niche that they can channel some of their creative work into, and then that also ends up red pilling them or orange pilling them. And I think the more creative and artistic talent that comes into Bitcoin, the more we're going to see those sorts of long time horizon projects, and also just really, really cool stuff being made. But right now, there's just nobody to make it, and the opportunity cost on spending Bitcoin today is too high. In the past, like we laugh about this a lot, just the amount of coins that Dave and I have flailed, and a lot of the other people who have been here for 10 years, like hundreds of millions of dollars just lost. I think the losing your coins hopefully is over for the most part now, and that in 10 years, the same sort of financial dynamics that we're seeing from somebody who first bought Bitcoin in 2012, but then flailed a wallet with 470 Bitcoins in it, is just not, and then now if they had that wealth today, what would they be doing with it? I just don't think we're gonna hear those kind of stories anymore. I think people who are buying Bitcoin today, Bitcoin has stabilized enough that you can see it's not going anywhere and it will survive. And so the risk is significantly lower. And then also just the education. I mean, Ben alone has done so much for people to not lose their fortunes. So 10 years from now, I think we're really going to see this Renaissance stuff come into play, because the same sort of 100x dynamics from 10 years ago today will exist, only this time all the OGs didn't fucking flail their coins.
Yeah, so speaking of great ideas and long time horizons, I came up with this idea on a panel at the Canadian Bitcoiners Conference, but I think we need to build a 700-foot tall bronze statue of Satoshi.
Yes.
Okay.
Then who will build it? Who will fund it? Where will it be? The answer for me is private land. So that's the first step. And these are the sort of things that are coming together. There's been some chatter, like I'm closely connected to the top artists in the Bitcoin space. I believe I am the top artist in the Bitcoin space. And we're bouncing these ideas around, but like I said, it's just a little bit early, but it'll accelerate and it'll grow exponentially. And it's really exciting. We're gonna see some really incredible things built over the next 10 years, outside of all the regular industry stuff that we all know Bitcoin takes care of. It will just beautify the space because of everybody's minds changing to long-term thinking, and the fact that we all inherently in our hearts care about organic, real, long-lasting. We want to be connected with our environments, and it's just, there's demand, so.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think everybody should check out MadeX's art on the main level there. Everyone should buy one. It's a very bad decision not to have one. Before we wrap it up, can you shill, like, who are some of the other, you mentioned the good artists in the Bitcoin space. Who else would you shill?
Okay.
Anyone else
myself.
who's good?
I guess, I mean, it's a difficult question for me to answer because I don't want to be an asshole, but I talk to Crypto Graffiti obviously quite a bit, and he's always up to interesting things, and I've been speaking with him privately about some certain monument work coming together, and yeah, Thanks, Dave, for that. Now I look like a dick. I love what Brecky's doing. He's really putting the energy into stone carving. I had the opportunity to visit his studio in Los Angeles, and he's fresh into it, so it's going to take a while. But just putting in I'm long on Brecky for sure. His stuff is great. But I think what I'm most excited about is new artists coming into the space that don't yet know about Bitcoin, that are currently working on who knows what. I mean, you guys, it's very, very difficult to find skilled tradespeople who are also intensively creative. There is just, the fiat world does not have any demand for this. The demand is for investment bankers. It's not for people who can illustrate by hand whatever they can see in their mind. It's not for people who can carve out of stone whatever they see in their mind. And obviously, architecturally, the incentive is to get the building built as fast as possible, so that you can escape inflation and scam. I won't get into that, but all of Toronto basically is a Ponzi.
Yeah. If there's one takeaway from this whole panel, it's that Toronto sucks.
But if you are there, there is one place worth going, which is Barbarian's Steakhouse. They have a wine menu with $1 wine. Oh no, that was the page numbers. Yeah, there's 150 pages of wine. And yeah. So if you're in Toronto, go there.
But probably just don't go to Toronto. All right, that is it. Let's wrap it up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys.